Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, chat, chat. Here, okay, chat. Hear me, okay, chat, chat. Chat. You know how yesterday I said that I had found a manhwa that was probably the one I enjoyed the most in a long time, and the last time I enjoyed something as much was Charlotte's Letter? You know what I found out yesterday? The artist for the manhwa that I enjoyed a lot is literally the author of Charlotte's Letter. I did not know that. I did not know. How? What? How? How did I not know that? Bro, that's common. No. No, it's not. Like, really liking a story and wondering who wrote it and realizing after you've decided that you like it a lot that it's actually the fucking the next project of your of the author of your previous like favorite story. Like that's not a common happenstance. What do you mean? Hello. How are you, chat? Anyways, I was very surprised. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, chat. Go read Charlotte's Letter. Read Your Eternal Lies. By the way, chat, for people who do not have Escoffier, this is the only way they have to get the best food in the game. Literally the only way they have. You get one. Yeah, one a year, true. Look at this abomination. Is that level 6? Oh no, it's just next patches, I see. Oh boy. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, why are we fighting Kutsui? That's not a Kutsui, that's just a placeholder. It's a turtle. Fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, that's not good. I'll fix Spotify. We are cooked. Wait, shares 180 seconds between all 3 bosses? What? They don't have the HP for level 6 yet, damn. Difficulty 6 is literally just for whales? Yeah. Unlucky. Unlucky. You can work out the HP for level 6. I mean, you could, but not really. Like, they could just decide, yeah, level 6 has a ×5 multiplier for fun. Anyways. Huge. Sharpshooter on hand.
Per your wishes.
Do we get 5 big booms? No. I don't think you deserve 5 big booms. Sorry. But yeah, Turtle is not gonna be good, by the way. The Turtle is, like, arguably the most cringe enemy they have in the game. Probably, maybe. It's fucking awful. Like, it's bad, bad. How to nominate my account for review? That's not happening. Sorry, buddy. We're doing reviews that were obtained through charity donations today.
Stronger! Justice will prevail! Stop! Pyroclastic surge! Ready.
Come on.
On my hands where I can see 'em! Drop you! Light it up! Wrath from the sky! Into the shadows.
Wait, so Chlorine does proc on Sunbuff? Yeah, the problem is that she's relatively slow at it. So she doesn't even break even. But she loses Nightsoul a lot slower than other characters. So if you start from full, you can stay above 42 for the whole thing. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, go! No! 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 Okay, okay. I don't care. I'm getting... It's an upgrade if it rolls... Okay. I mean, huh. Someone like you. Is it even an upgrade? It probably isn't. No, it isn't. But, because both of the first rolls were max rolls, it's a good reroll target. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Quick as a flash! You asked for it! Final warning! Light of the blazing sun!
got excited. I shouldn't have gotten excited. I should have known better. I should have known better. Okay. Damn, now we're coping with rerolls. Yeah.
Controlled breathing. Start them. Hands where I can see them. Drop your wrath from the sky. Loaded. Quick as a flash.
Oh.
Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge. Ready.
Do we know if the reroll thing contains the fourth side of a 3-liner? I don't expect it to be able to. I expect it to just reroll from as if it were +4.
Stronger. You asked for it. Burn it down. Light up the blazing into the shadows.
Alright, come on. That's actually worth leveling. Like, it doesn't appear that great, but my Varisa artifacts are very crit rate heavy. And my best available feather I can't use properly, because if I do, I'm overcapped on crit. Alright, my best build uses this one instead of this one, because this one overcaps crit. So, if this rolls only into crit and attack, it's actually a pretty noticeable upgrade. Start. Good follow-up. We take those. Fuck. I'll get it to 20 though. Fuck it.
Light it up. Quick as a flash. Hands where I can see them. Final pyroclastic.
Well, it is what it is.
Loaded.
That piece is probably not gonna be used. We take those, ruin the piece? Yeah, it did. You're right. I should have kept my damn mouth shut. That's on me. 100%.
On my burn it down. Drop your weapons. Wrath from the skies.
Do we get another charity to ban your Varisa for another month? I won't do it for charity. There's only so much I'm willing to do for charity, okay? But I'll do it for a big enough donation. Rose unlock. Yeah, I'm reading the post someone sent. I think a lot of people are gonna realize when SKIRK comes out that not every character who calcs around 100k in their team DPS is the same. What makes SKIRK so much better than Ayaka is the same thing as what makes Gaming not that great of a carry despite his DPS being very clearly top 3.
Prey will usually rest on rainy days, but not the hunter.
It's a quality of life difference. It's not just quality of life, but it's one of the many things. Like, can you think of one single advantage Ayaka has over SKIRK? I'm actually kind of curious. Synergy, but that's already accounted for when you look at the DPS. You can't say Ayaka's good because her DPS is almost as good as Shenhe, and also she has great synergy with Shenhe. Like, that synergy with Shenhe is already accounted for when you calc the DPS. You know? Cryo app. I guess the cryo app is the only thing. That's fair. All field cryo app for Mawika. True. Ayaka, 5 emblem, or 5 noblesse Ayaka is indeed better than SKIRK for Mawika. That's a good point. Energy for Escoffier. I guess. Having a team building restriction. I mean, what makes not having the team building, like, I'm not saying that's not important, but I'm asking you, what exactly is it that makes that important? Is it so that the character can perform better if you're relatively new and you don't have all the units to make their good teams? Does Ayaka perform better in her non-Escoffier teams than SKIRK does in her non-Escoffier teams? I mean, not really. Grouping if needed, but do you know why Ayaka needs grouping? Ayaka needs grouping because her AoE's dog shit. Have you seen the size of SKIRK's burst? When you're in AoE situations, just play burst SKIRK. You can't miss. You don't need grouping. Anyways. Grouping when AoE is dead, yeah.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in
The sky in
Natland?
Natland. Oh, what happened now?
Ayaka is real cryo and SKIRK is fake cryo. True.
A duel is a battle of wills,
and the sword an extension of the duelist's
Did you
spirit.
hear what happened with the sky?
If your
in that
heart
land?
recoils in fear,
Okay.
then your sword may as well be in its
Um,
scabbard. Because
Are you
don't
excited
want
for
to be
SKIRK, or do you find her to be
against your
boring?
foe.
Add Astro.
Yes.
Thank you for
I'm excited for SKIRK, and I find her to be boring. That's how it be right now.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Yeah, I feel like people are just outright forgetting that SKIRK just becomes better than Maoika on her first rotation. And that if you want, you can hold off on start, or you can build up that first rotation again at the end of a chamber. And that current Genshin content does not need more than that amount of rotations to clear anymore. Like, it's 2 rotations, maybe, generally, for, like, the really strong characters. On top of that, people underestimate just the sheer fucking amount of stalling mechanics enemies have, right? Like, while PMA is immune and then starts summoning his things, you can hold the on SKIRK so that you end up getting that roided out rotation, or rather, you end up one-shotting the thingy, and then you can use normal attacks on the big one. If you were against a Papilla, right? While you're breaking the Void Shield, hold the on SKIRK. And once the Void Shield is down, you get the roided out rotation. Any sort of elemental shield, really. You get to do that. Like, people really, I think because they haven't gotten to play her yet, people are heavily underestimating the impact of that roided out rotation. Is a roided out rotation just unbuff burst and rotate your team, then go into normal attack mode? No, it's do your setup, and then instead of going into normal attack mode, you just burst and then go into normal attack mode. I think once she comes out, people are gonna get to play her, and they're gonna be like, oh my god, I can actually use this burst fairly often. And they're gonna realize, oh, this character is a lot better than the sheets say. Anyways. I don't know. I actually think, like, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Dude, I'm still pissed off about this, chat. I'm still pissed off about this. Last day of event? Not for me yet, is it? Oh, you mean this event, right. I'm pretty sure I finished it, though. Go. Did Nick end up doing it? He did. Yeah, he got less points than me. got more points. Oh my god, he got a lot more points. Fucking whale. Fucking whale, dude. Oh, he didn't do this one. Alright. I reached out to one of the people that redeemed a full account review. But I think they're sleeping right now. I spoke to them yesterday and they said that they work weird shifts, so their schedule is all over the place.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Imagine having a job and not playing video games all day. Crazy thought. True. Should we do a duel in the mist, actually? I'm kind of down. Kind of down to do one duel in the mist. See if it'll be a better performance than the last one from yesterday. We got 8 good, 0 misses. Already got a good, bad. Got 2 goods already, but very bad start. That felt good. My god. 6 goods. 6 goods. Best performance so far. First 99.8. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. One more? No. No, only one. Only one. SKIRK attack Goblet or Cryo with Escoffier and Farina. It's very close. Alright. So at a baseline, right? Base attack. Attack percent. Flat attack. Total attack. Damage percent. And effective attack. So first thing it's gonna depend on is your weapon, right? If you're using an attack weapon, it's gonna inherently make Cryo Goblet much better. If you're not using an attack weapon, it might make Attack Goblet better. For now, let's take a look at what happens with Finale, which is the default free-to-play stat stick, right? If that's what you have, right? You're always using attack sense because you're not using EM or ER, right? I pretty much always assume about 20% attack from subs. I pretty much always assume about 40 attack from, like 40 flat attack from subs, and then it's additional attack from other sources. So what do you have? What do you got? Weapon, 24%, 27.6, and about 220. From the Bond of Life passive. Then what? You're doing Farina Escoffier. The best build is generally going to be TOM Farina, but I know a lot of people don't have a TOM for their Farina, so you might have it, you might not. Then your last slot, you might have Noblesse, you might have TTDS, you might not. And so the additional damage bonus, or the additional attack here, will range from 0 to 86. 88. Right? From 0 to 88. Because if you have TOM and, like, Mona and Noblesse, for example. TOM Farina, Mona Noblesse. That's 88% attack. Damage percent, what do you have? Well, first, it depends on your set bonus. So, before we get in any further, we might as well make this a nice, neat little let's make it look clean, okay? So, weapon, let's put a drop down menu. Insert. Let's use. Maybe not a drop down. Or sorry, yeah, this is not what I need to be using for the drop down. What am I supposed to use again? Combo box? No. List box? That makes sense. I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. So cell link gonna be this. We might as well have list of weapons here. We got Finale, we got Azure Light, we got Eshu. What else should we have? Mist Splitter. I think these are the main 4 weapons that people are gonna tend to use. You might use a different one, but generally it won't change too much. Black Sword, it's worse than Finale, so you don't use that. The results won't change too much. Maybe we have at least one weapon that doesn't have any damage percent or attack percent. Let's have Absolution. Sure. Input range. That's not it. Wrong thing. For definitely the wrong thing. Fuck. Is it this one then? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the one. Oh, that's stupid. That's not... Fuck. Okay, maybe I'm an idiot, chat. That's clearly not it. I think it was this, maybe? Oh, what a cool button this is. Whatever, I give up. Is data validation? Can you make a drop-down box from the data validation thing? In-cell drop-down. Yes, you can. I'm an idiot. Cool. Cool, good to know. Yup. 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 Alright, 565, 674, 565, 674, 674. Plus, I want it to look for value in the top row. No. VLOOKUP. Yeah. 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 Cool. Then we have, so this is, base attack, attack percent. We've got crit damage. We got crit value. And we've got damage percent. That's the only things that are provided by any of this, right? Oh. So attack percent. No, there's also flat attack, but that one I'll do differently because I can't be bothered. This is 48%, this is 27.6%, this is 0. 0. This is 22.1 times 2 plus 40. This is 16 times 2. This is 44.1. This is 64.1. Damage percent, 0. 0. $40, 40, 0. Oh, wage. Attack percent plus the lookup. This. 3 false. Flat attack 220 times if this equal finale through 1 0. When I select finale, yeah. Add Haran, please. No, I don't want to. I guess I don't need the crit, do I? Because we're only comparing. Yeah, okay, cool. Damage percent. So we've got weapon, and we've got set. So we'll have Maréchaussée. We'll have galleries. What else? What else? What else should we include? Should we include Glad? Maybe? Thank you for the raid, Father Shenhe. Damn, that's crazy. Nothing else is relevant. I kind of agree, Do we get sturdy bone with echoes? No. Data validation, allow list, source, yeah. Damage percent. Okay. And then we have additional attack percent. Right, so for now, no external buffs from your last slot and Golden Troop on Arena. So pretty much as little external attack percent as possible. Okay, and with these things, how much damage percent do you have? You have about 250 average fanfare. You have is that it actually for base like damage percent stuff? It is, right? just make sure that things are indeed selected properly. It seems so. And then plus V lookup set table column false. All right, cool. Then we have attack goblet and damage or cryo goblet. With attack goblet, with cryo goblet, very cool. And then conditional formatting, highlight cell rule. That's not working, is it? Oh, I see. But it's not. Why is it not working? Oh, there it is. Okay. Custom format, font, color, fill. There we go. Okay. Very cool. And now, this is finale. If I look at galleries, this splitter, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. So, which goblet is better is going to heavily depend on your build and your team, right? Best case scenario for the comparison for cryo goblet is going to be attack weapon finale, low damage percent, maréchaussée, a lot of attack percent. So let's say you got TOM, noblesse, TDDS. Right? In a case like this, cryo goblet is significantly better than attack goblet. You can see this how big this difference is. In order for cryo goblet to be worse, you need a few things. First things first, right? Even if you max out your damage percent like crazy, let's say you're doing Mona, Myth Splitter, galleries, average from Mona. Attack Gauntlet is only slightly better when you have all the potential attack buffs you can have. Right? Which means if you're actually building your SKIRK team optimally, if you're indeed using the sets you're supposed to, you're using your Noblesse, you're using your TOM, you've got that stuff at the ready, Attack Goblet is almost never better. But there's a few other factors that can go into things, right? You might not be able to use CTDS on your team. Maybe you're using Citlali, and we've talked about previously about how Citlali's setups are a little scuffed. That's number one. Number two, Cryo Goblets in general are better. The average Cryo Goblet is better than the average Attack Goblet because it has one more possible good substat. It can roll attack percent. Attack Goblets can't roll attack percent. I actually have quite a few Cryo Goblets with a lot of attack. Like, go to my Kea build. I don't know which one he's on right now, but yeah, 21.6% attack. If I look at my on-set options on galleries, 14.6% attack on my best one. Right, but even on my other offsets, right, 16%, 15%, 16%. And so all of these goblets that don't have that much crit are still pretty damn good because of just how much attack percent they have. But that's just assuming average results, right? No one has exactly the average result. Everyone is going to be either above or below average. And the ways in which that variation manifests are going to be different for everyone. Some people are going to have pretty ordinary attack or Cryo Goblets and one insane attack goblet. And if that's the case for you, then, well, it obviously changes things. But yeah, in the, like, average case scenario, you're generally, like, for the average case scenario, you're either using Finale or Azure Light, I would say. And you're also often getting at least some form of attack percent. Probably at least 40-ish total from external sources. As a general rule, if you're on Maréchaussée, it's pretty much always going to be better to go Cryo Goblet. But because you get a lot of damage percent from galleries, it makes the Cryo Goblet noticeably worse, and that can be enough for attack goblets to be better. Even if it's not necessarily better, if it has better substats, it might turn out to be better. Overall, though, if you want to know the specific answer for your build, use the optimizer. Does the optimizer have SKIRK already? You don't need SKIRK. Pretty much just... Who's the sword user that has attack as close as possible to what SKIRK has. Who's the sword user with the highest base attack other than SKIRK? Ayaka? Is it really Ayaka? That's funny. Yeah, it probably is. You can just optimize Ayaka, and it'll be pretty much the same. Technically, slight difference, but yeah. Turn off E and dash damage percent, yeah. What's the ideal crit ratio with Finale R5? 100 crit rate, 1,000 more billion crit damage is the optimal crit ratio. I assume what you're asking is what the optimal crit ratio is. It's what does a good crit ratio look like on a solid build? Well, first, depends on which set you're using, right? If you're using Maréchal Say, that gives a lot of crit. That changes things, right? But as a general rule, I tend to assume that 20 crit rolls is the, like, default solid build. But if you're a main for a character, you'll end up with much more than that. What's a better ratio? 53-230 or 64-184. Quarres and Mona C4 will be included. So it's plus 30. So basically, I mean, it's really easy to count. Multiply your crit rate by your crit damage. That's it. But just just look at the total crit rate and crit damage, not what you have on your stats, right? So a 53-230, if you have Quares and Mona C4 and you're assuming that you have full uptime on that, is going to be 83 and 230. And just multiply those two together, and then versus 94, 189. First one is better. But yeah, so generally I assume that 20 crit rolls is a pretty it's a solid baseline. Generally, if your build is below 20 crit rolls, it's not the best build. Unless you have like a lot of other useful rolls like attack or something. But when you're trying to like really push your build as high as possible, it's really difficult to get more than 30 crit rolls. Generally, the really good builds range in between 20 and 30 crit rolls, with the best builds being at around 30. Like, if we go look at the Akasha rankings, at the top of the rankings for pretty much any character, that scales well with their given. I mean, we can look at the Ayaka rankings, right? And if we look at the no ER category, and we look at the best possible builds on Ayaka, we can see 29 crit rolls, 26 crit rolls, 28 crit rolls, 26 crit rolls. Generally, that's where things range on like the best builds in the world. On characters that scale well with their other stats, right? The characters that scale well with their attack percent stats and stuff like that generally hover, for the best builds in the world, between 25 and 30 rolls. Characters that scale really poorly with their other stats, right? So generally characters with split scalings, or characters that get a lot of external buffs to those stats. So what's a good example of that? Alhaitham, maybe? Alhaitham best builds probably have over 30 crit rolls. I guess Alhaitham's not the best example, because EM is pretty good on him. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Alhaitham is not the best example. I'm an idiot. Who is a good example? Fischl? There's Fischl rankings, right? Aggravate Oz ranking. $30 crit rolls. 29. 31. Oh, that's an insane build, my god. 30. 32, right? And on the first page for Fischl, things are around 30. More than between 25 and 30. The most crit filled... What would be the most crit filled page 1? It might be Overload Arlecchino. No, is there an Overload Malika? There is. It might be Overload Malika. Yeah, it has to be a character that only scales with one stat, so can't be Vape or Melt. And that already stacks a lot of that stat. I guess they don't have an Eon-Son ranking. Let's look at the ranking for Overload on Wolf's Gravestone. This page is probably gonna be... Wait. Really? Wait, that's actually kind of a surprise. I guess it's because no one has their Malika build around not having a crit rate weapon. Ah, fuck. That's fair. I forgot about that. Alright, whatever. And it's also, I guess also no one has their Malika build for something other than Melt as well. I guess Malika wasn't a good example, huh? Because people that have great Malika builds are not gonna play Overload Malika. So they're gonna build around Melt. So there's gonna be a lot less competition, huh? Navia? Navia might be a good... But no one farms her set. So... I don't even know, man. $31, 30, 30, 30, 29, 30, 27. Oh. 30. But yeah, so it hovers around that 30 mark on the first page. Anyways, all this to say, generally that's where it hovers, right? We can look at the 1% cutoff also, right? So, I mean, I actually have... I'm around 1% for this, right? Yeah. Yeah. So let's look at around 1% here on Arlecchino. And so skip to 937894. All right. So you skip to... Did they do 849 instead of 894? I think so. Whatever. You look at around the 1% cutoff here, and you count the amount of crit rolls here. 28, 26, 24, 28, 27, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, 27, 26, 28, 27, 28, 24. So it hovers around 25, basically. Am I the, like, third lowest CV here? Yeah, I think I am. Not to come in. Anyways, but yeah, generally I would say that the on characters that don't scale with that many stats, your crit ratio on a good build that's around top 1% is generally going to have about 25 crit rolls. I think Erla's a good example. No, because there's ER as well, so it kind of changes things. There's less submissions in 0 ER on the builds, and submissions that do have ER on the builds generally have less crit value. Anyways, all of the, getting back to the initial question, what does a good crit ratio look like? It's gonna depend. But generally, you should assume about 25 crit rolls. So, like, if you're trying to think of what do I want my build to look like to be satisfied with it. So, what does that look like on SKIRK? Well, you got 98.4 base. You got 62.2 from your circlet. You get about 25 rolls. And then comes the question, what do you get externally? What do you get from your set? What do you get from your weapon? Lowest stuff you'll get is going to be, assuming that you're playing with low crowd resonance uptime, with a weapon that doesn't give you any crit. On galleries. And so a really good build on Finale and galleries great is gonna look like this in your stat page. What's the highest possible amount of crit you could get externally? Well, assume full crowd resonance uptime. Assume Mona C4. Assume Maréchaussée. Assume Sig, I guess. Realistically, though, you're overcapping with that. So let's not assume Mona C4. But we can assume the rest, I think, fairly easily. So Azure Light, Maréchaussée Hunter. You have a really good Maréchaussée with heavy focus on crit damage. 25 crit rolls is achievable. Without overcapping crit. What does your crit value look like here? Well, you got Crowd Resonance. You got Maréchaussée. You got Azure Light. And so your stat page is gonna look like this. that will probably be around top 1% Azure Light. $81.62 is like 400k damage loss for me. Again, this was assuming you don't have external crit. Yeah, obviously, once you add external crit, that optimal ratio will change, obviously. For sure. Oh, actually, I'm an idiot. I didn't exclude the crit damage you get from Azure Light. For this, and it won't show up on your stat page, so I need to exclude it when I want to show what your stat page ratio will look like. The problem is that a build like this is going to be really difficult to get. Because in order to get 25 crit rolls, you need to have crit rolls on your circlet. It's going to be real fucking hard to get 25 crit rolls without the circlet. And crit rolls on the circlet have to be crit rate. They can't be crit damage. In reality, I think that most builds around the 1% point for Azure Light will actually have a bit less crit damage because a lot of those rolls are going to be into attack. I think best Azure Light builds on Barrage Chaussee are going to use circlets that are really attack percent heavy. What unit should I use for burst nuke? You have a few options. You still want to use Escovia Farina, so it's just a question of what the last one should be. And you can basically choose between Shenhe, Mona, Molani. I'd say are the best three. Problem with Mona is that her burst has a 20-second cooldown, which doesn't fit 15-second rotations. Which means that the optimal way to play her is just going to be to burst every other rotation, which is cringe as hell. But both Mona and Molani have a similar problem with TTDS uptime. For slot for SKIRK between Yelan Citlali and Mona C3. It'll depend on what you're fighting. Against unfreezable enemies, Yelan tends to be a bit worse because you lose crowd resonance from her Hydro application. But against freezable enemies, she's actually quite good. I'd say the best there. That being said, I think I value Mona's ability to help you front load damage, especially on the burst nuke roided out rotation. I think I value it quite highly. So I might lean towards Mona. Although Silali is also pretty solid. I think the biggest problem with Sitlali and with shielders in general is that obviously a part of what makes them good is the ability to use Eshu. But while Eshu is very good, it's a lot worse than the other weapons when you just look at the like burst bullshit. When you look at the roided out rotations that get burst, it becomes a lot worse. And like I've said a couple times already today, I expect that to happen pretty regularly. Just carrying over Serpent Subtlety with the whole skill still works in Spiral Abyss. From what I understand, it does. They removed leftover Serpent Subtlety carrying over if you finish the chamber in the middle of your tap skill, but they did not remove Serpent Subtlety carrying over if you're not inside your tap skill. So that's the Serpent Subtlety you get from the holy. Honestly, I'm kind of wondering if it's worth it to start your first rotation by delaying it a little bit. Like, start the first rotation with Karina E, Escoffier E. And then just like, I don't know, look like an idiot for a couple seconds. And then hold E with 2 Void Rifts to get 61 Serpent Subtlety. And then do your rotation. It probably is worth doing, actually. Because the hybrid rotations are already really close in DPS to the normal ones. And if you do that, it's like 4 seconds faster than... It's basically you're getting a hybrid rotation, but 4 seconds faster than you're supposed to. Ish.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinion...
Was Orpheus the same VA as a demon in Castlevania? I really don't think so, because... I mean, I don't know who the VA of the demon in Castlevania was, but I know that Orpheus's VA was Darren Korb, who's the main composer for Supergiant Games. Oh wait, that's not even true. It's only for the songs. Fuck. My bad. I'm an idiot. But still. Was a priority for SKIRK talents? You don't need to level normals. No, they're worthless.
I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Is Majo saying normal attack spawn playstyle better than a hybrid normal attack burst with galleries? With ideal rate. Okay. Galleries is never better unless you're doing specifically burst quick swap. Because if you do hybrid stuff... That's a lie. Or no for read. Okay, but... Okay, dude. No, because if you're doing... Oh, yeah, obviously it's better if your Maréchaussée build is bad. But, like, the baseline one-to-one comparison of the builds, or of the set bonuses, Maréchaussée is not better. Or, sorry, Galleries is not better. Right? You might think, oh, Maréchaussée 2-piece doesn't buff the burst, so on a hybrid, you're better... You're better off, You're better off, I can't words! So, on a hybrid, you surely, you're better off with Galleries, because it does buff the burst, right? Well, guess what? Buffing the burst means losing the normal attack buff. And so, that means that it forces your hybrid playstyle to separate burst and normal attack. But that means that you're most likely not getting your team buffs on either burst or normal attacks. Because if you're not separating them, the first half of your uptime just does not have the normal attack buff because it got deactivated by dealing burst damage. But that's not an issue with Maréchaussée. The main thing, though, is that a lot of her good weapons are crit rate weapons, and on a crit rate weapon, it's really difficult not to overcap on Maréchaussée, and at that point, you're probably better off with Galleries. Do you think they fucked up when making Galleries? I think they did, yeah. SKIRK's C1 being charge attack damage is a result of Galleries being poorly executed. Right? SKIRK's C1, by all means, should not be charge attack damage because her set doesn't buff it. But they have to make it charge attack damage, otherwise her set becomes actively worse. Because if it's normal attack damage, it means that her C1 disables her set bonus for the burst playstyle. But if it's burst damage, it means that her C1 disables the set bonus for the normal attack playstyle. They could have just said that it deals different type of damage based on how you absorb them. If you absorb them with hold, it does burst damage. And if you absorb them with mini burst, with like special burst or charge attack, it does normal attack damage. Like, I guess they could have done that, but I don't know, man. I feel like that would have been too convoluted. Yeah.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. Hmm? No, I have never lost a duel.
You got review wake up? No. We might do a different one. Is any of the people who redeem the account reviews in chat right now? I don't think so, right? How many are there? There's only 3.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
Time to scrandle. Okay. We could stall right now. One of the people who redeemed the review is the chatter that sends bits every time we talk about Balatro. So maybe maybe they'll show up by the time we do the Balatro duel.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinion.
We stare. Ooh. We phase. We... I was gonna say glaze, but that's a Z. Fuck. Honestly, fuck it. I'm just gonna pound. And I'm just gonna zilch. Okay. Is this a word? Is it blasé? Oh! It's lease. Oh my god, chat. We almost fucking... My god. Holy shit. My god. That was almost bad. Is Rolex Swiss? I don't know. Maybe. Pie in the mud. Is that an expression? Maybe. Probably not, actually. I'm bad with... I don't know. Start of a billiards game. Okay, I don't think it's Rolex. Maybe it is Rolex. I don't know, dude. Because isn't this the break? Seeing red. Angry. Oh, also, I don't have streamer mode on. Oopsie. Let me turn on streamer mode. Okay. Whoa, why'd you pause my... Okay, whatever. Angry. Feeling blue. Sad. Organization with shooting star. Are basketball players referred to as shooting stars? Maybe. Sky. I'm bad with names. Oh, that's me. Omega. Barnes. That was... That was not a good performance. At all. Shameful. Shameful is what it was. Not a balls day. Not Nahida. Catalyst released somewhat recently. Could be late Fontaine. Could be Natlan. Let's try Mwalani. Wee. This is a juicy news story. Wait. Did she actually say wee? No, shot.
Whew, wee!
Oh, okay, I see. It's not wee. That's not how you should write whatever the fuck she just said. Okay, is that Farina's pet? No, it's Guelba. Cooked. Someone who is invisible. Who disappears. Disappear! Doesn't someone say... Is that Arlecchino that says disappear? Oh, okay, it's Linny. It's Lynette. It's Xiao. Oh. Okay. Bald. Not bald. Yeah, our win streak is gone, so we can do something stupid. Wind really. What element is My Day? Is he wind? What about Anaxa? I don't fucking know what these characters are, man. Isn't Saber wind? Is Saber out yet? I don't know. Anaxa is wind. Oh. Okay. Who the fuck could it be? Who the... Oh, Fei Xiao? It could be Fei Xiao. Yeah. Daily quote. Maybe the past isn't behind me, but in front of me. That's why I'm gonna keep going forward, one stomp at a time, train or no train. Well, that's probably an Astral Express character, huh? That sounds like March. That sounds like March Hunt. Okay, I was wrong. It was non-Hunt March. Sorry. A burning heart. I don't know. Wait, who the fuck is this? Is My Day fire? I don't know. Maybe he is. An explosion. Angry. Angry? Who's angry? I mean, it can't be bald. Who's angry? Who's angry? God, I don't know. Who the hell is a fire angry character? I mean, fire trailblazer, maybe. They're not really angry, but they look angry. Sword. What the hell? Explosion-related angry character with a sword. Who the fuck even? I don't know. So maybe it's a character I don't know at all. Dude, I'm like I don't know. I don't know. I'm so lost. Could it be Firefly? No. She's not really angry, and she doesn't have a sword. Maybe Frigg is angry when she comes back, and a fan is kind of a sword. Maybe. I think our win streak is gonna perish at 69. I have no idea. Maybe it's... Maybe it's just an angry character. Maybe the explosion is supposed to be an emotional explosion, and the burning heart is just to show that they have a lot of emotion in their heart. So this is like 3 emojis to say they're really, really angry. Who knows? Maybe it's bald. No. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. You only came out after I stopped playing. I didn't know she had explosions related to her. I outright just did not know. She doesn't? Oh. Why did you guess bald? Because his emotions explode into problems for other people, and he is burning with the desire to take revenge, and he's angry and he has a sword. I don't fucking know, man. Like I didn't know who it was. Bald was a fucking wild guess. Whatever. Is it a Ben day? Not a Ben day. No redeem. Saj. Ellen today, perhaps? No. Let's try Nicole. Easy clap. Alright, chat, it's time. Mori, if you're still here. Wait, no, we can do the Balatro Dole just for you before we get to your account. It's not a Wii day. The scaling Chips Joker, that's pretty cheap. Let's try Square. It's a $5 common scaling Chip Joker. Runner. Blue Joker. Alright. Not bad. Not bad! How cope is Heart of Death on Milani? I don't have enough good codex pieces right now. I mean, it is pretty cope. But it's not awful. Think about it this way, okay? Alright, think about it this way. Think about it this way. If I sort by EM, I think I have a Heart of Death piece. That's pretty high. Yeah, okay. This gives you 15 hydro damage to your burst and 45 to your normal attack. This gives you 40 to your normal attack and your burst, and it also gives you a lot of energy. In other words, Heart of Death is worse than Cinder City. And Cinder City is a lot worse than the Codex on Molani as a carry. It's not completely awful if you, like, don't... If you're, like, Omega overcapped on your Codex build. But if you're not running into that problem, you're probably better off going for Codex. Alright, the 2FA has been sent. What region are you? EU. Okay. Alright. Chat. Time for the first full account review in... When was the last one, man? A long-ass fucking time ago. I think Brand's review was the last full account review we did. Ooh, Brand Online. Back in the Stone Age, Kiwi. Oh, we did do Kiwi's account a while ago. That's true. That's true. I think Kiwi was the most recent one. Alright, so AR-60. Okay. Listen. Listen. First order of business, okay? Alright. Switch Verisa. It's not my Verisa. We've made it clear it's my Verisa that's banned. Okay, so that's actually a pretty low amount of 5 stars for an AR-60 account. This is probably an account that got... either we have a lot of cons. We do have a couple. Or this is an account that started Or this is an account that started playing in like 3.x or something. This does not look like the amount of 5-star you'd get if you started playing in 1.0. So this is probably an account that reached AR-60 somewhat recently. Is that the case, Mori? Had a break in Inazuma until the end of Sumeru. I see. I guess it's not about when you started, it's about how often you've logged in. It started in 2020, but... yeah. Seems like you took a break from late 2021 to like mid 2023. No, that's not even true. Seems like you logged in once in late 2023. But you properly came back mid 2024. Yeah. God, Sarah left? Yeah, pretty much. Or, oh yeah, I can order by date added? No. Yes? Yes. I can't. No, I can't. Can I? No, we can't. Okay, never mind. Okay. Hmm. for 36 stars seems like we're getting it without too much of a problem. Most likely... there's actually a lot of overlap. There's competition for your Farina on your account. There's... because you have a lot of carries, but it seems like a lot of them want Farina. Although I suppose you can just use shovelers and that's fine, yeah? Yeah, okay. I defaulted to you using Versa with, yeah, I can move camp, sorry. I defaulted to you using Versa with Farina because I saw that the team you're fielding right now is Versa, Shenyan, Farina. But I guess it's not the team you should be using in Abyss, because it makes it too difficult with the units you have to make a powerful second side. One's comfier for exploration, that makes sense. So I'm assuming your Abyss teams are this and this. Is that an accurate assessment? Yeah. Oh. Okay. I guess we should take a look at weapons as well. You might have a couple SIGs. The fact you got a couple cons as well. Don't have a SIG. Okay. Interesting. Not entirely, not free to play. You seem to be a battle pass player. Might be battle pass Welkin. Battle pass Welkin, yeah. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's first go through the characters we have and their current builds. So talents 10, 8, 10, that's good. Level 90. Widsith 0. 4 Codex. Ratio looks great. Fuck you. Okay. Yeah, alright. Huh. Is that really the best you've got? It is not the best you've got. Cool. Best of them could sing, yeah. Goodbye could sing. And in that case, can we get some improvements elsewhere since we're now overcapped on crit? Yeah. Wait, that's a lot of flat attack, actually. Here. I guess it's not actually that much better, huh? We got a lot of flat attack. Um... Nice. we're probably not getting that much of an improvement then. Yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. The idea here is our best goblet available, even when you account for the fact that this is making you overcap, is still this. Alright, we have less crit, but we have a lot more attack percent, so this is actually slightly better. But now we're overcapped, and so it would be nice to be less overcapped. Is this better at all? Right, 1945. I don't want to do them. It's probably slightly better. 1964. Yeah, we gained 19 attack from this. So I suppose this is your strongest Versa build. Right. First, let me open up. Should I do it on Google Sheets instead of Excel so it's easier for you to parse through it when I send it to you? Probably. Alright. So, first thing is, I mean, we're going to have the investment priority, but before we look at the investment priority, let's take some notes. Your Versa build is good, but there's also pretty clear room for improvement. Mainly because of the low quality of your circlets, and because of how much crit you end up on. Right? So... why are you spamming question mark, DJ? What happened? Oh, is it the one who was timed out? I didn't see what they wrote. Was they hardo? I see. Yeah. As sad as it is, this piece is the problem, man. Like, it's a great piece. It's an amazing piece. It's about as good as it gets. But it's fucking impossible for you not to overcap crit with this shit, man. God. Like, unironically, what you need is you need multiple pieces that don't roll into crit at all. Because you want to have crit rate on this, right? You don't want to just have a goblet that has 1,000 attack percent. I mean, you would if 1,000 was actually possible, but you know what I mean. Right, like, ideally, you'd want your goblet to have crit, but crit rolls here are worthless. So you're like, oh, that's something. Okay, actually, you know what you need? You need an Electro Goblet that rolls all into crit damage. That's what you need. Anyways, Hear me out. Listen, okay? Listen. I know this looks bad, okay? I'm aware. I know. But, like, hear me out. I mean, honestly, it's not even like this sort of thing can be remedied easily. If you end up farming a lot more of this set for some of your characters, you might end up getting upgrades for your Barissa. But otherwise, your most likely way to upgrade her is going to be to farm Long Night South. Especially because you have Lost Prayers. And Lost Prayers is really good on Barissa. And you already have a... No, that's... I'm an idiot. No. Yeah, I mean that, yeah. Okay. Wait, I would say that farming Cinder City strictly for Varissa is probably not worth it for you. The amount of resin that it would take for you to actually get upgrades on your Codex. Did I say Cinder City? I might have said Cinder City. The amount of resin that it'll take for you to get an upgrade on Codex is probably more than the amount of resin that it would take for you to get a good Long Night's Oath. So unless you need Codex for other characters, it's not worth doing. And from what I see, you don't. You don't have another Natlan carry. Alright, good to know you're planning on going for SKIRK. I'll take a look at that. Don't worry. Barbara equals Molani. Oh, are you planning on going for Molani? And you have her build on Barbara right now? I see. That's really good. I mean... What's the off piece? It's this. It's good enough to be an off piece for sure. Okay. Let's mark this so you don't forget about it. No HP circlet, huh? I guess it makes sense. Because you're already on double HP. What about EM? Do you have any good EM? Not really. So this is your worst piece by far. What does your crit ratio look like? Is Milani crit rate Ascension? She is, right? Yeah, she is. So we're at, what, 37 plus 19? So that's 56. Okay. And I guess this might not be good. Do you mind if I get this to 4? Or would you prefer doing it yourself? You can try? Okay. That? Are you ready for the brick? Yeah, brick. That's actually not bad, but No, it's not great either. We keep it locked, but we don't keep leveling it. What about... Are you sure this is your best set? Do you not have great off pieces here? Guess you probably don't. That's not bad. You might end up overcapping though, huh? I see. Okay. I will say your build is already pretty solid. And it is going to be difficult to get an actual upgrade. And that matters especially because we were already wondering if Cinder City was worth farming over Long Knight's Oath to get an upgrade to your Marissa build. If this is your only other character that uses Codex, and your build is already this good, I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards Long Knight's Oath a little bit more. And then maybe craft a Hydro Goblet. And hope that you get HP and or EM as additional rolls. Or as additional stats. Probably the best case scenario. And then that lets you go off piece if you want. Or sorry. Oh yeah, okay. Alright. But this is alright, okay. Who's next? Let's take a look at the other builds. What do we have for Farina? Farina was C2, right? Yeah. This is C2 Farina. Which does justify HP being a little low. I assume... Is this Hydro damage? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Well, ooh. Okay. Wow. Okay. It's a lot of crit rate. That EM roll is a little unfortunate, but that's fine. Still an 8-liner. We take those. This is a lot worse in comparison. Another 8-liner. That's fucking insane. By the way. 7-liner. Not bad. Another 7-liner. Is this really your best feather? I guess so, huh? Oh! Oh! How is this not leveled up? No XP. Surely you've got some worthless pieces that you're not using. No? What? Will you ever be using this piece? It has one more crit roll than this one, but this one has 15% more attack. You can send it? Alright, that's a good piece, but like, it's not like you're gonna use multiple characters that want Vermilion at the same time, and this piece is just outright better. Man. It's hard to break this piece, right? Because even if it rolls into attack percent a bunch, it's good for Fischl. The only way to break this is that if it rolls into HP and into attack. And it won't. That's not bad. Only one roll into attack, that's not bad. It's still a 7 roller. Is it an upgrade though? Because the rolls are pretty fucking low. Like, they're abysmally low. Yeah, these are actually abysmally low rolls. What the fuck? Wow. Wait, that's so bad. Fuck, man. Okay. It's not an upgrade. Damn. Nice plus 12 quality artifact. I know, right? Right, because this is double mineral. This is mineral, high roll. Or mineral, low roll, low roll. KQF standard piece, true. 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 Anyways. I mean, your Frina build is really good. I'm sure you're already aware, right? I will say, though, I don't think there's a single situation ever on your account where you should be using this weapon. Because if her ER requirements are high enough to want Fleuve Cendre, you'd rather use Fav. And if they're not, you have Wolf's Fang, so you should be using that instead. So this Fleuve Cendre is, like, completely worthless. Wolf Fang plus this flower is a nightmare, though. Then use Dog Hand's Assistant. Is Dog Hand's Assistant better than Fleuve Cendre? Probably, right? But also, like, you also need to understand, right? When your ER requirements are, when your ER requirements are low enough that you don't need Fav, right? And you're using Wolf Fang, like, oh no, I'm overcapped. Well, guess what? Guess what, buddy? Guess what, bucko? If you used this instead, you'd have the same amount of crit damage, the same amount of HP, but less damage percent. So why would it be better? Right, like, would you rather use, would you rather have a build that has 85% crit damage and 85% crit rate, 200 damage percent, or 101% crit rate and 5,000 crit damage? Like, Overcapping is sad, sure, but just because your build is overcapped doesn't mean that it's inherently worse than a build that is not overcapped. It just means that the stats above 100 crit are wasted. It's also just comfy for domains, but Fav is going to be more comfy for domains. Like, that's what I'm saying, right? Any situation where Sound will feel better than Wolf's Fang, Fab will feel better than both. So this Flip Sound should pretty much never be equipped. Unless you need ER and all your other Favs are equipped on other characters. But like, I'd use this level 1 Fav sword over Flip Sound without the shadow of a doubt. You should level it, but anyways. Okay, what do we got here? We got Fav, R3, Yansan, seems like C6, got Crown Burst, okay, good stuff. Total stats, crit rate, 37 might be a little low. Attack, 2800. In the Veresa team, you have more attack than you need.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding. Just sharpen my spear.
Especially if you're on Noblesse. You're not. Okay, that's fine though. Do we have a waypoint that we can use? No. Let's go make one.
Running late again.
What am I doing? Got carried away by the momentum? Yeah, it's because I haven't played Veresa in too long. Sorry, chat, give me a second. Alright. Let's roll.
Hurry up, Brassa.
Just do this because it'll be a lot faster if I do. Okay. We can put our portable waypoint. Why did that say new, by the way? Have you never crafted a portable waypoint before? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Anyways, here's what I want you to look at, okay?
Heads up. You asked for it. Stop right. Controlled breathing. Nice and spicy.
3,400 attack. How much attack do we need to max things out? 3,000. That means you have 421 attack more than you actually need. In a Veresa team specifically, you never go anywhere close to below 42. So, you don't need to have more than 3,000. your ER won't be a problem, but proccing Fav reliably is pretty impactful. So I'd use this. I'd finish leveling it. Even if it's not fully leveled, I'd use this. Let's wait until our buffs run out. Okay. We still have Power Resonance. Do we still have the fucking Chevy buff as well? How long does it last, man? 30 seconds. Oh! Cooked. Is it 3K in Farina teams too, or only with Pyroez? It's not 3K in Farina teams, but... Or, sorry. It is... You don't... You're not capped on Farina teams, but... Right now, your Farina teams should not be what you play in Abyss. And if you're not in Abyss, who cares if your Eon Sun buff isn't completely maxed out? And on top of that, more 5 reliability is more comfort, and more comfort matters even more in casual gameplay. Anyways, we're at basically around 3,000, so we can afford to lose 400 attack and still max out our buff. So we outright just don't need the attack from the circlet at all. So just running crit rate main stat is going to be better. Even if it's plus 12, this has more crit rate, still enough ER, and you're still maxing out your attack. So there's no reason not to use this. You could level this too if you want, but I think leveling this is more important. Unless you want to go off piece on your circlet and use this. You could do that too, I guess. But oh well. I guess I'm mid-maxing between comfy and optimal. Yeah, like... Going crit rate here technically is a little bit less damage because her own personal damage... Actually, it's not even less damage. It's probably more. It's more damage. Fab is more reliable, so it's more comfortable. It's just not gonna be quite as good, just in terms of DPS, on the team you use for Overworld. But it'll be more comfortable in Overworld. And you're not playing that team because of its DPS anyways. So, yeah. Anyways, let's keep going with the build. Alright, we've only looked at like 3 characters so far. We can look at the Chivalrous build. So obviously, I'm sure you're already aware. The Chivalrous should probably be leveled at some point. But it isn't the highest priority, so it's fine that she's not that leveled yet. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. It was Rainbow before, recently changed to Zay, yeah. That's what I assumed. The fact that she's on Fav is good. How many Favs do you have? Okay, this is smart. I think keeping 3 Favs is a good idea. Fav Lances and Fav Swords are the most fought over Fav weapons, so keeping multiple copies is good. Alright, this is a pretty good artifact. This one's pretty ass, but it doesn't matter that much. Pretty good as well. Yeah. Okay, let's mark this down for later. We're gonna have Chevreuse 90 and Chevreuse artifacts. Long Night's Oath, Carissa. Pretty much nothing to say about the Farina. Or the Molani. Okay. Yeah, pretty much nothing else outside of what I've already mentioned for Yonson. Apparently. I mean, there's this that's a bit annoying. I will say, you should most definitely level up a second fav. The reason for that is because generally you'll end up with not necessarily better results, but much more comfortable clears with triple fav on the Verissa team than with double fav plus catch. The results will be fairly similar, but the reason why I like triple fav a lot more is because with Verissa, it can happen fairly often that you kill enemies in the middle of your rotation, and because your particle generation happens in a sustained way, with Guoba plus Verissa's skill only happening like at regular-ish intervals during her uptime, if you kill the enemy early, you don't get all your particles. So having a bit too many particles and front-loading the brunt of your particle generation through favs tends to make your gameplay just a lot more pleasant in general. So I think that maybe not necessarily always putting her on fav, but at least having one of your fav lances leveled up so that you can have Yonson and channeling on fav at the same time, I think is pretty important. So fav lance 90. This is C4 Shanlang. Let's look at the artifacts. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. That's solid. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. Wow. Jesus Christ. And that's not even your best one. You're using the sense as an off piece for Shao. Is he on Maréchaussée? Is that why you're using this piece? Probably, right? Because you didn't have enough vermilions, it seemed. Shao was on deathmatch. Oh. Oh boy. I see. My goodness. Okay. Damn. And when you have enough ER, you even have this you can swap to. Or this, actually. Wow. Yeah, your channeling build is amazing. There's honestly, other than having the fav available to swap to, there's no notes. Your artifacts are great. And you have a bunch of different build options with those artifacts, too. Chanian. Okay. You're playing with Verissa. Or Shao. Okay, no, you do have Vermilion, okay. See. Oh, that's cooked, man. Jesus. Man. Okay. Hear me out. Alright? Hear me out. Because with this, you'd be able to swap this to an attack weapon. To an attack weapon? Or to TTDS. Probably to TTDS. Wait, what? Okay, I thought that... Okay, never mind. Maybe not. Well, I don't know. Yeah. It's just because this artifact is so sad, you know? Wow. Yeah, Blackcliff? Yeah, I wonder if getting Blackcliff would actually be a good recommendation here. It might be. I'm waiting for his weapon from Standard. That's fair, actually. That's fair. That would at least allow you to go for maybe a better sense. Okay. I mean, your Shell build isn't as good as the other builds we've looked at so far, but it's not bad either. Like, this is a great base. It's a pretty solid base, too. For an onset goblet, that's pretty fucking good. It's just this one that's, like, kind of... But, oh well. Alright, Wanderer, two-piece. Ooh. Is that a temporary measure because you're not playing him? Or is that actually what he's usually on? I don't play this exploration? Okay. Also nice. Yeah, okay. That's... I wish I had that, man. What the fuck? That's also good. What the hell? Bro, dude, what are your dude, okay, what the fuck? Let's, okay. Okay. What do you have here? You have 1001 EM, 163 ER. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that seems pretty good. You were playing in a Navidad team, so this is definitely enough ER. Yeah, good stuff. Oh yeah, take a look at. I guess. All right. Next is Raiden. EM Raiden, you love to see it. 993, that's okay. Dragon's Bane. I will say, you do have Ballad of the Fjords at R5. So when you're playing EM Raiden, you might as well, right? True. Anyways. There's honestly nothing to say about these things. 58. 75. Not the best, but not terrible either. We yoinked her circlet. Give it back for a second. We also yoinked her weapon. Okay. Let's stop the yoink. That's good. That's good. That's alright. That's amazing. That's good. Yeah, I mean, you've got some solid stuff here. What about talents? Triple crowned as well. Nahida. Okay, from the fact you have Nahida, you have Raiden currently on an EM build, I'm assuming you play Hyper Bloom every once in a while. I will hazard a guess that the Hyper Bloom team you play is Nahida, Raiden, Singto, Official. Haven't played much Hyper Bloom. Okay. Well, don't you worry, that's gonna change with the new content. True. Okay, so that means we probably want to include Hyperloom in the list of teams to focus on. How is Nahida's build? We're using Proto Amber, which is certainly a choice. It's not a bad one per se. It is what it is. Personally, I much prefer using Thav, but if you appreciate the healing, then you appreciate the healing, and it is what it is. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Pretty solid. This was a little bit underwhelming, but it's not that bad. Fine. They're pretty similar too here. It is what it is. When it comes to improvements on your Deepwood, you could definitely get an improvement on Goblet. It might be worth considering crafting one. But the problem is that Nahida's personal damage in these teams is not a particularly large portion of the team DPS. And so it's pretty low in your list of priorities. And your build is already pretty solid. I'm assuming this is not a build character. His normal attack is crowned, but we've already looked at Farina. Let's look at Nebula. I saw one of his pieces and it looked really fucking good, so that's a Sag Jade build that's not even overcapped. Okay. 7 roll. 8 roll. 4 roll. That is unfortunate. Oh man. That's actually sad, not being able to use this. Oh, that's not the best. Also that one. The tragedy of Nividet builds, huh? That's really good. That's the send for the Proto Amber build. You meant this one? I assumed as much. Hmm. I'll craft Harder Goblet when I have Refines on Battle Pass weapon. That makes sense. When you do craft your goblet, you should select crit damage and HP percent, not crit damage and crit rate. Yeah, it'll be hard to get like proper improvements on this, I'll say, without crafting. Or maybe not. Ooh. You'll never be playing Hu Tao and Nevilette at the same time. Because your optimal teams will probably pretty much always have just either of them with Farina. So you can just share this piece between the two. And that lets you go offset on something else. Let's see what your best off pieces look like. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. But I guess you do appreciate the ER from this, because you're on Sack Jade, huh? Yeah. Alright. Honestly, I don't really have any notes on this. This build is really good. And it's going to be pretty hard for you to get improvements. Hu Tao build. Not overcapped. Eight roll, right? Okay. 7 roll. Eight roll. This is a higher quality piece, right? But you're overcapped with it. Oh, no, 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 no. That's wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. What team are you doing for Hu Tao? I'm assuming Farina Singto Shilonen? Or Farina Singto Chanyan? Either of the two, depending on whether you want to play Plunger or not. Is that it? Okay. Oh, wait, right. I guess you do have a lot of EM from Ballad. Still, though. I wish you could use this piece. But I guess you can't. It's too much crit rate. Yeah. What does Hu Tao C2 even do again? Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here's the thing, Chan. Accounts like this that are already so well built, it's kind of hard to give specific advice. Because, like, they already know what they're doing, you know? So I'm at a bit of a loss right now. But we'll keep going. I mean, this is pretty solid, I guess. Horizon ER might be a bit higher than necessary. Could use an attack sense, but you don't have one. Cooked. Never mind then. Yeah, so you said you were gonna go for SKIRK. Is there any reason you decided to skip Escoffier? I decided recently that I want SKIRK, I see. 07. I'll grab back chat. Fuck. I have returned cards. Make sure you get them out of here. Okay, so what team would you do with SKIRK? I guess Sing So Charlotte. Oh. Or Mona instead? Mona Charlotte? No. Definitely not. Chilonin? Fuck no. really don't. Is Kofi rerun bench Skirk until then? That's kind of the angle, yeah. Oh man. Okay, I will say, because you have Neuvillette and your Neuvillette build is actually really good, there's a decent chance that if you do end up getting Skirk, you'll sometimes play her in Neuvillette teams. And if you do, Galleries is her best set. On a Neuvillette team, Galleries is the best sled on Skirk by a pretty noticeable margin. So that's one point for Long Night's Oath for Brissa.
Silly churl bit.
Okay. You know, before we keep going with this, let's go do a clear. All right, we haven't done a clear yet. Let's go do a clear. Should we play Hu Tao for fun? Okay, that's gonna be something to change as well. If you are a dedicated Hu Tao main, you should definitely be using Singho and Noblesse. You definitely should get a Noblesse set. I'll just do 5. I can't be bothered. Or not. Take Fischl's Flower with Wolf's Fang. Okay. I will listen to you. I don't know if I like that, though. I guess it's not bad. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, sure. Do that. Okay, and then second side. I didn't check the Shilonen build. Let's just make sure we have enough crit. We do. Alright. Second side, we can do... Oh. Chat. Saved. Doing account reviews just so I'm allowed to play Verissa. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Fighting off Verissa withdrawal.
Your journey ends here.
Running grave names echo. Witness the power of the Wa. Rain outline.
Did we just not proc the fucking sack? I'm not used to...
Hear the echoes of the valley. Rain cutter. Time to act. Rain outlines
I'm not used to the combos at C1. Did I? I'm an idiot. I forgot to go to Eon Song. Feels good to play Verissa again, man. Let's go. HP over ER.
Letting brave names echo. Rain cutter, know my sword. Rain outline. Time to shine. Hear the echoes of the valley. Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Let my name echo in song. Show it.
I didn't get the particles because I'm an idiot.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Letting brave names echo. Bring it.
Is there a reason for alternating dash and jump cancels on Hu Tao? If you just do dash cancels, you do your dashes too quickly, and in case you didn't know, you can't do 3 dashes in a row, right? If you dash, you then go on dash cooldown. And if you just do frame perfect dash cancels, after 2 dash cancels, your next charge attack will come out before the dash cooldown is over. And so you just won't cancel it at all. Basically, the third charge attack cannot be dash cancelled if you do it frame perfect. It's not even that tight, honestly. If you did it relatively well, it just outright can't be dash cancelled. And so, well, just jump cancel it instead of not cancelling it at all.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Stop right out of the frying pan into the fire. Hi. Heads up. Ah. Ow, ow, ow.
I might as well.
Faster, stronger. On my. Drop your weapons. Eat this. Loba, get the charge. Oof. Look out below. Hero incoming. Yeah. Hero incoming. Yeah. Hands where I can see 'em. Controlled breathing. Nice and spicy. Charge. Headbutt. Kapow. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Boof. It's justice o'clock.
Yeah? So that only applied to N1C, not N2C? I'm a fake Hu Tao main? You're not a fake Hu Tao main, you're just a bad player. You're not doing your dash cancels fast enough to encounter the problem on N2C.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain out. Let my name echo in song.
I didn't input my... I wanted to try to pre-buffer my burst, but I didn't input it fast enough. It's gonna die before... We don't need to go into uptime.
Time to shine. Hear the echoes of the valley. Rain cutter. Know my sword. Fire, fire, kids on fire.
Oh. Get bullied for C0 Hu Tao? I mean, even when you play C0 Hu Tao, you will encounter situations where you should dash cancel. Namely, when the chamber's almost over. There's no reason to jump cancel when the enemy will die before you run out of stamina. Okay, this is a problem. I don't have my burst.
Quick as a flash. Stop right there. You asked. You're toast. It's justice o'clock.
I think we're fine. Maybe? I can't tell.
Justice o'clock.
Okay, we're fine. Easy clap.
Drop your weapon. Faster, stronger. Charge.
But yeah, as you can see, we're encountering some problems
Justice will prevail.
with Strangling Burst here, right?
Stop right
Oh,
there.
fuck! I targeted the wrong one.
Do not attempt to resist. Final warning. Quick as a flash. Eat this. Charge.
Hehe.
But it's justice o'clock.
But yeah, so pretty much as I expected things to go. Even on Wolf's Fang, we still had enough energy for the Farina. We didn't have any problems. And the Xiangling was struggling a little bit with energy. Because of the problem you run into killing enemies at the start of a rotation. Let's follow it up with another clear using different teams, just to show that just to experience with the other builds as well.
I create.
That's good. What should we play on the other side? Kinda have to play Pyro. Can't play Vape. Not as many options on the second side, huh? Can't play Vape, can't play Melt, have to play Pyro. I guess you could do this. Where the hell is she?
Your journey ends here, Lord of
By
Sand.
royal decree. Witness the power of the wild. Rain out.
I did it too early.
Pound into the ground.
Get wings of dark. Grow, grow, grow. Rain cutter.
Oh right, we have Proto Amber Eye for war.
Yeah, committed to memory. Witness the power of Gugwa. There is no escape. No, my sword. I can no longer hold back.
Okay.
I'm going in. Nice and spiky. Let's light it up. Truth repeats its course. Let's light it up. Teamwork is Boba. Get them. You're toast.
Evil conquering. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here.
Everybody stand.
You know what? I'm not gonna burst.
Let's light it up.
If I can keep the burst available.
Yeah. Teamwork is dreamwork. Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
Have fun with this gift. Eat this.
Useless.
That was bad.
I'm going in.
Lament. Worthless.
Oh, whatever.
Here. Worthless.
I just realized we won't be able to clear the Papilla Shield in time, will we? This was a mistake. It'll be fine. We have C6 Bennett. It'll be fine. Early.
Make yourselves a home. Illusion shattered. Rain cutter. Yeah, this may hurt a little.
Midnight Vent.
Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Shine down. Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. There is no escape. This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home. Illusion shattered. Rain cutter.
Oopsie.
Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Shine down. Yeah, grow.
As you wish.
Yeah, committed to next.
I don't want to burst, but I should. But I don't wanna.
Yeah, grow. Know my sword.
Eh. Okay. Give me all of the energy. Alright, good.
Ears of the storm. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's.
Oh yeah, we definitely won't be able to do it in time.
Why do they? Yeah.
Oh no, this will be a problem. Most definitely.
Yeah, everybody stand back. Eat this. Truth repeats its course.
Evil conquering. Here. Here. Worthless.
Yeah, I think I should just accept that it's not gonna happen and just leave right now. Now that I think about it, yeah, I'll just yeah. That was a stupid idea. I should have just used like fucking the Yao Yao or some shit. I don't know. It's okay. But yeah, so right now, like the main things. Maybe check their combat event. I guess we can take a look. Sure. Oh. Oh, let's get some Mora. Let's go get some Mora. Actually, that might not. We might not be able to get the Mora, huh? Okay, we can definitely at least do this though. That we have to be able to do this. Right? Like surely. Surely we're able to do this. I should have changed the teams. What's going on here, man? Oh, right. Never mind. I guess it's fine. Alright, sure. Whatever.
Light it up. I'm the bride camp. Strike a pose.
Silence.
Booba, get them.
Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing sun! No more mistakes.
Eat this. Let my name echo in song. Jump.
The tides beckon.
I'm an idiot. Okay. How did this even happen? I didn't want to restart. Okay. I see. Huh. Well. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Strike a pose. Rain outlines your fate.
Oops. Not.
Time to act. Let the world collide. Let me weave you a verse.
Pyroclastic
We've already beaten your high score on the just on the first side. Also, I should have swapped these around because I'm not used to this positioning.
Light it up. Going in. Show no mercy. Lolling, eat Papa. Get him. Wrath from the sky. Full throttle. Bring it. Everybody stand back. Fulfill our pact. You two. Light of the blazing sun.
Crisp.
Incinerate. Incinerate. Right. Teamwork is strength. Lolling, eat Papa. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate! Burn it down! Let's light it up! I'm going in! Get to work! Suffer the wrath of the... Try and stop me! Wrath from the skies!
We didn't crit.
Incinerate!
Cooked.
Try and stop... Bring it! Everybody stand! Fulfill our pact! Lolling, eat pop...
Whatever. Okay. I mean, yeah. It is what it is, I guess. Still, we got 20k Mora. Pog. This one's probably doable, too. This one's definitely doable, too. I believe. I believe.
Bow your head.
My guiding stars!
Silence.
Why did I not put Farina on 5? He needs 5 too. What is he on? Nope. Give him this for now.
Shower me with praise! Off to the freezer! Not now!
Bow your head.
Let my name echo in song! My guiding
Almost got enough points, and we're really close, by the way. If our E didn't miss, we would have gotten enough points to... I guess you guys can't see. We're at 15,680.
Off to the freezer. Whirling snow. Rain outlines your...
This one will be frozen in time. Free.
Take flight. Embrace the ice. A burst of flavor. Whirling snow.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Rain cutter. My apologies. Coming to art. Sometsu.
Skill issue on my part moment? Yes, sir. Happens, though.
Freeze. This moment will be frozen in
Whirling snow. No, my sword. Witness it. Take flight. Embrace the ice. A dash of frosting.
Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
A burst of flavor. Whirling snow.
Honestly, though, it's not even a skill issue, it's just a fav issue. You probably weren't using fav.
Cool it.
My apologies. Sakura swirl.
Don't think that kills, but... Yeah, no shot that kills.
Dodge this.
Still. More than enough here. Tuh. Plus 20k. Here, that's definitely a bad decision. You outright just give up on the first side here. With a Trial Kanichi build, Trial Libili build. Just give up on the first side and try to get as many points as possible on the second side. I don't know if plat is doable. Or maybe... Yeah, no. But let's, I guess, yeah. And for this one, we do... I guess we can use the Moika... Or no, we can't. Oh. Might... Yeah. OMC? I'm not going to a Statue of the Seven for this. Close your eyes, chat.
Target acquired.
Hey.
Controlled breathing.
Oh, I can't give both Xiangling and Yonsan Fav. Ah! This is the problem I was talking about! You need to level a Fav Lance right now! Eh, whatever. It is what it is.
Quick as a flash.
Don't think we got enough energy. Oh, whatever.
Hero incoming. Oof. Hut. Hero incoming. Hya. Hut. Hit.
we're not. This is not going well, huh? It might be better to just.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Heads up. Hi.
Might be better to just use the trial Knight and like without good supports. Doesn't really matter though. Because we're not getting that much more than that anyways. Fuck! I forbore. Okay, let's just accept that this is not gonna go well. Do some shit like this, man.
Neutralize. Buckle up.
Oops. Did I just fucking miss?
Extract.
Let's get it on. Locked on.
I think that missed too. Okay, I give up. I'm not gonna try to do portholes too much.
Bow before your king.
Two can play at that game.
The glory to which no. A little ambiance.
Whatever. It's not like we lost that much DPS, let's be honest.
Cross over. Reconstitute.
Buckle up.
Neutralize.
Gloves off.
We got more points, so it is what it is. Yeah, Knight would have been pretty helpful for this part at least. We might have been able to kill this one in time if Knight survived, but whatever.
Nice and spicy.
I didn't give anyone deep wood. That might be a problem.
I'm going in.
Target acquired.
Okay.
At the frying pan, into the strike a pose. Time to shine. Huh? Teamwork is true. You're toast.
Locked on. Claim these souls.
Glory to which none can
I don't think we get it.
Everybody stand back. Let's immediately
I got him cornered. Huh?
let my name echo in song. Teamwork is dreamwork. At the frying pan, into the fire. You're toast.
Locked on.
Nah.
For the
Cooked.
Lord of the night.
This is not happening. We did get a significantly higher score, but still. I don't think it's happening. No, it will not. That's fine though. I was hoping the C2 Farina would be enough, but it isn't. Anyways, so let's get back on track. Okay, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Personally, I'd be using this one, but it doesn't matter that much, I guess. That's good. Good. Alright. I'm gonna sneeze. Ah. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so with the assumption that we have a Verissa team, a Hyperbloom team, a Neuvillette team, and eventually we'll want to have a SKIRK team as well, right? We're gonna look at in those 4 teams, what currently needs some work. Interestingly, none of those teams use Bennett. What is my best Gumming team? Probably Gumming, Bennett, Yansan, Rosaria. Do you have Rosaria? You do. Alright. Do you like Gumming? Do you wanna like actually play Gumming? Yes, but I have skill issue with melt timing. I see. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let's do a little bit of showcasing. Yeah, yeah. By the way, yet another reason to level a second Fav, because this team needs 2 Favs. What the fuck weapon is my is the Eon-san on right now? Okay, she's on the catch. Cool. Sick.
Your journey ends here.
Quick as a flash.
Sad.
Huh?
Your
I'm
sacrifice
going
is
in.
ready.
You can't run. Lights out.
Up to it, Manzai.
As you can see here, like, you pretty much just mash. The melt timings aren't difficult to get. You pretty much just use your skill when it's available and you're fine. It's a bit annoying against this specific enemy, because the crocodile is the main thing you care about targeting.
Here, Lord of Sad. Your sacrifice
Control
is
breathing.
ready.
On. Teamwork is drip. Yeah. Shiver.
Many happy returns. Congratulations.
A little cooked here, but it is what it is, I guess.
Quick as a flash. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Punishment.
Up to it, Manzai. No pain, no gain.
We missed one of our plunges. Oh no.
Everybody stand. Controlled breathing. Start the lights out.
Or one of our E's. If we didn't miss the E, or we would have had stuff a little bit more easily, but hopefully you get the idea. It's pretty straightforward. Just as soon as you use a Rosaria burst, start spamming your swap to Gumming and Q. Like during the burst animation. And then as soon as the burst goes through, use your skill and then wait a little bit. And then just spam skill. That's it. Anyway, so the units we want to focus on are Marissa, Eon Son, Chevreuse, Chang Ling. Is Xianyun instead of Yansan cope? It's not cope, but it's worse if you don't get the VV. And getting the VV is cringe as hell. So personally, I lean more towards Yansan. So that's team 1. Team 2, Neuvillette, Kazuha, Piloden, Farina. Team 3, Nahida, Fischl, Singto, Raiden. And then potential team 4. Gaming, Bennett. We already have Yansan. We already have Shilonen. Xianyun. Rosaria. And with these 16 units, you can do pretty much every single one of the teams that you mentioned so far. I guess Hu Tao too. Might as well add Hu Tao, right? With these 17 units, you can do pretty much every team that we've mentioned so far. But we're also ready for SKIRK and Iskafi if you want to get them, right? So once these 17 units are built, there is pretty much nothing else to do. On Vrisa, we've already looked at it. It's pretty much just Long Night, so there's her skill, but it really doesn't matter. Eon Son, finishing leveling Eon Son artifacts. For Neuvillette stuff, there's pretty much nothing to say. Chevreuse, artifacts and 90. Changling, nothing to say. Kazuha, nothing to say. Shilonen, nothing to say. Farina, we're already, yeah. Fischl, I haven't looked at the Fischl build, but I've looked at a few of the artifacts and they looked kind of insane, so that's probably pretty good. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's really good. That's like your worst piece. Oh, so bad. It's still pretty fucking good. That's really good. Yeah. Honestly, your Fischl is kind of goated. Singtao. Okay. This is something you should get. It's not necessary for the Hyperbloom team, but you seem like you care a lot about Hu Tao. And in your Hu Tao team, Singtao's optimal set is generally Noblesse. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be Noblesse, but it's at least one of the options, and more importantly, your charge attack damage on Hu Tao will be higher. And that's probably the main thing you care about. But yeah, also, if you end up using Singtao with SKIRK, he wants to be on Noblesse there as well. I'm actually kind of curious at C0 Hu Tao stuff if the GC Sim teams use Noblesse. Okay, this one does. Okay, what the fuck is that? Like, this is personal stats, so whatever. This is Jade Cutter, so that's kind of different. Okay, yeah. So the min-maxed. Oh, that's TF Hu Tao. Never mind. No, it's not. Not this one isn't real either. I guess this one's kind of real, and in this one they use Noblesse. Are you really telling me there isn't a single Singto Shilonen Farina sim? That's fucking wild, by the way. That's wild. Anyways, getting a strong Noblesse set would actually be good for you. Why does Noblesse work to buff Hu Tao? Well, it's not. You're not just buffing Hu Tao, but it's a mix of a few different things, right? Number one, Singto's Zero requirements in this Shilonen Hu Tao team with Farina are actually pretty low. And so when you go Emblem with an ER weapon, right, 200, and, like, this is way too much ER. You could get away with a lot less. That's the first thing, right? In other words, the 2-piece emblem isn't doing anything for you. Second, Noblesse is actually a pretty good artifact for Singso's personal damage. His E will do more, but his burst won't do that much less, because you still get 20% damage and 18% attack on his burst. Or sorry, 20% damage and 20% attack on his burst. It's not that much worse for his personal damage than Emblem, if the 2-piece isn't doing anything, because you're already reaching your ER requirements without it. And then on top of that, well, Hu Tao is an attack scaler. She's not an HP scaler. She converts HP to attack, but her damage scales off of attack. That means that attack buffs are increasing her damage. It's not going to be a major difference, I'll tell you that. Because Hu Tao already has a lot of HP, right? But having a, like, damage-focused Noblesse set available is really good for you to have long-term. If I craft Noblesse, should I keep pieces for anyone else? If you craft Noblesse, I would mainly keep an eye out for either pieces with a fuck ton of ER. As Bennett pieces. And other than that, just stuff focused on damage, including potential pieces for Yelan if you end up getting her. Or just characters that scale off a stat other than attack. Anyways, getting a good Noblesse will be worth it. Raiden, your build is fine. You could get improvements, but it's not that important, honestly. This isn't that big of an upgrade. Neither is this, yeah. Any talents that need leveling? Honestly, not really. Most of the talent stuff is already... The important talents are already leveled. You could level Shogar's skill for more healing, but it's not that big of a deal. It's mainly just for comfort. Could level Midnight Phantasmaglorpia, because it's pretty cheap, I guess, but it's not an important thing to do. Could level, if you play Gaming, leveling his burst will be nice. But yeah. Gaming burst. When it comes to Xianyun, this is the Fav build, right? Yeah. I guess it's fine for Fav. Maybe you could find a better circlet or goblet. But honestly, I don't think it's important at all. Rosaria. Might be worth trying to get a good instructor set for her. Ooh, okay, we need an instructor set. This ain't it. Okay, this is actually important. You can't actively farm for instructor. So it's not going to be in the like list of investment priorities. But you should keep in mind, okay? Instructor actually is the best in slot set on some of the teams you'll be able to play. So, whenever you get a new instructor piece, click on it, check what it has. A piece like this, keep 100% no matter what. If it's a 3-liner with ER, you keep it. And if you find an ER Sans, you keep it. The main thing you're looking for is an instructor set that has enough ER and crit rate to proc 5 on Rosaria and have your burst every rotation. You can also instead do Instructor Bennett Noblesse Rosaria. It'll be a bit worse uptime on the instructor buff, but Rosaria personal damage will go up. But for that too, you also need an instructor set that has enough ER. ER Sans can be an off piece. Yeah, but generally it's easier to get an on-set 4-star instructor with an off piece that has like 25% ER. I guess I should check what are the pieces. 22% ER on an off piece. Wait, obviously you can't do it on this one. Sorry, I'm an idiot. 20.7 here. 22 here. 19. 20 here. 22 here. Yeah. Anyways, keep ER Sans, you find. And then other than that, your Hutao build is already fine, so there's not much to say. So yeah, there's really not that many things. Because all of the, like, important stuff is already done. I guess, Rosaria levels. Rosaria A6. Rosaria talents. The thing is, if you do Instructor Rosaria, her damage is so low that it kind of just doesn't matter. But yeah, and then ordering them from most to least important. I'd say most important, most urgent. Most efficient right now. I mean, the gumming isn't real, like, the most efficient is probably Rosaria stuff, but it's not like you need to play the gumming team, and right now it's not that great in this Abyss. So it's probably not urgent. So I guess it's probably Chevreur's artifacts leveled up first, then Chevreur's 90. No, that's not true. Also, I forgot to look at weapons. We want to level more favs. Unfortunately, okay, yeah, we have 2 fav swords. Looking back at the teams that we had, right? You look at what weapons you want on these characters. This is Fav Lance. Fav Lance. Fav Lance. Fav Sword. Fav Sword. Fav Lance. You probably won't need to have 3 Fav Swords leveled up at once. You're probably fine only leveling 1 Fav Sword. But I would recommend leveling all three of your Fav Lances. And yeah, I think that's probably number one priority. Get a second Fav Lance 90. Then Chevreur's artifacts leveled. They don't need to be good, just level them so she gets more HP. Then 90 her. After that, it's probably... Actually, no, even before that, second Fav Sword 90. Yeah. Then, third Fav Lance 90. After that... Rosaria. A6 plus talents. And once you've done that, it's probably just go into Long Nights Out with Hell. Because the rest is not things you need to, like, spend your resin on. I guess neither is Chevy Artifacts, technically. I'll put Yonson Artifacts here, too. But yeah. Then we can have Gumming Burst, too. And while you're doing that, your main strongbox target right now should likely be Noblesse. Strongbox. Noblesse. Keep. Instructor. Priority list. Actually, have this here. And then is there anything else that we need to mention? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much it for, like, the advice for building stuff. So now we get into gameplay advice. Are you still here, Maury, by the way? Yes, okay, cool. So, time for gameplay advice. First, Vresa team. So, in the Vresa team, when you're doing Abyss stuff, you'll never be using Shania and Farina, because you have multiple carries that want Farina. And you do not have multiple carries that want Chevreurs. So you'll pretty much always be using Chevreurs. And you also pretty much always want Yonson. And then it's your last slot that has some flexibility. So what are your options? Who should you use? Option number one, and generally the best one for you, is going to be Shenling. But Shenling's not your only option. If you're against enemies that have high power resistance, or if you're against enemies that what's another situation where you wouldn't really want to use Shenling? Enemies that get overloaded away a lot, actually. You can consider other choices. Or if you're against enemies that are very dangerous. And the main other choices that I would think about for you are Bennett and Daya, right? Bennett when you want to limit the amount of overloads you're triggering because the enemies get overloaded away a lot. And if you use Shenling. And Daya if you feel like you're gonna die. Just in terms of damage, The Shanling team is generally better than the alternatives. The Bennett team isn't that far behind, but the Daya team is also surprisingly decent. If you want to use Daya, you don't need to level her at all. But what you should do is you should get a TOM set. You seem to have a TOM, but I don't think you have the right main stat for it. You don't. Okay. The optimal build for Daya in this team is fully M on TOM. But honestly, it doesn't fucking matter. You do not need fully M at all. You can build her on pretty much anything, because even on fully M, she triggers like 3 overloads per rotation. It's not a lot. She's kind of just staring at. She's not doing much. So I'm not going to include Daya in your investment priority, but it's something you can consider when you're against, like, if you notice that you keep dying like an idiot. And you can just slap her on a TOM set, doesn't matter what the main stats are. And then for weapons, I guess, sack. Yeah. Refine your sack to 5, use that, you're vibing. Or maybe even Wolf's Gravestone if you want. Hopes you get the buff. One nice thing about Versa teams is you can swap out if you want, so you can just swap back to Daya when the enemy gets to 30% HP, attack the enemy once for the Wolf's Gravestone, and back to Versa. That actually sounds pretty good, huh? Okay, well that's something you can do. Very cool. Both. Okay, your rotations will be different whether you're using Shanling or the others. So let's talk about rotations. The base rotation for Vrissa is
Your journey ends here.
do your skill for your setup, and then once you swap back to her, you just use skill plunge, skill plunge, skill plunge, skill plunge. 4 times. Alright, that's the very default one. The problem with that is that you can't chain it back together for longer than like a rotation and a half. So depending on what team you're using, there's 2 different things you can do. Either number 1, spend more time on Versa and just add 2 charge attacks. If you do that, right? Do this, do the setup, very cool, have fun, pog, swap back to her once your setup is done.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah, charge.
Just add 2 charge attacks here. And that way, you get to start your next rotation just like you started the first rotation. With full Night Soul from what on the first rotation you got through using your skill, but you can't do from using your skill on the second rotation because, well, your skill's on cooldown. Even if it's not on cooldown, if you use that, if one of your skills is off cooldown, when you swap back to her, you will encounter cooldown problems. And so, option number 1 is just add 2 charge attacks at the end. That's generally the favorable option with longer rotations. And in Shanling's case, because she has a 20-second burst cooldown, it forces you into slightly longer rotations. And so the Shanling rotation generally is going to be this. A little cooked on energy because of the catch instead of Fav, but as I've already mentioned, that's like the main reason why you care about leveling another Fav as soon as possible. Yeah, that's option number 1. Option number 2, when you don't want to extend your rotations, you can just borrow from the next rotation. And then once you can't borrow anymore, you just do 1 less skill. That's generally what you do on the other teams. For someone who doesn't play Versa, he sure knows quite a bit. True. With Daya, though, the principle is pretty much the same as with Shanling. But with Bennett, you don't have off-field pyro anymore. So what do? First, important thing, Bennett's skill and burst are both 2 units of pyro, not 1. That means that they can sustain 2 overloads.
Your journey ends here.
What that means is that if you swap from Bennett to Verissa, your 6-second timer for Chauveur's Shred gets refreshed on your first plunge. So let's keep an eye on the timer as we do a basic setup here.
Your journey ends here.
You asked for it. Drop your control breathing. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Right? So we trigger our plunge right as it swaps to 50. Which means we still have the VV at this point. Or not the VV, the Shred at this point. That being said,
Your journey ends
when you are during Verissa uptime, when you swap back to Bennett to refresh your buff, you don't end up with an aura, which means the timer the 6-second timer starts when you trigger your reaction on Bennett, not like a second and a half later when you plunge on Verissa. In other words, you don't have as much time for your second uptime window as you do on your first uptime window. So what exactly does that mean in practice? Well, it means that your optimal rotation for Bennett stuff is generally going to have 3 plunges into refresh the buff, into 2 plunges.
your journey
Or sorry, I'm an idiot.
Lord of
It's... Yeah, right. Into 2 plunges. Or into 3 plunges where you accept that you lose some uptime, and you do some charged plunge attacks just to set up the next rotation.
Hands where I can see 'em.
is ready.
Start them. Everybody stand. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof.
Fuck.
It's justice o'clock. We need a plan. Let's light it up. Yeah. Heads up. Hero incoming.
That was kind of cringe.
Headbutt. Final warning. Step aside. On my. Teamwork is dream. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Oof. Hi.
We definitely could have... If we focus a little bit less on the rotation, we can probably keep them fairly well grouped.
Your journey ends here.
You asked for it. Stop right. Quick as a flash.
Sacrifice is ready.
I'm going in. It's justice o'clock. It's justice o'clock. Let's light it up. Oof. Hero incoming. Yeah. Yeah. Drop your weapons. Control breathing. Start them. Teamwork is drip. Hero incoming. Yeah. Oof. Charge.
Right, and this is the upside that I was mentioning earlier of using... Did we just miss our crit? That's fucked up. On both of them, too. Of using Bennett instead of channeling is that against enemies that get overloaded back, you have a lot more control over your knockback. In any case, that's it for gameplay advice on Verissa teams. Next team, Neuvillette teams. So this one's pretty straightforward. A few things to remember that will make your life infinitely easier. 1, always start your chamber with Neuvillette skill. 2, never use Neuvillette burst unless there's no balls on the ground. And 3, never do more than 2 charge attacks in a row before swapping to refresh your buffs. As long as you remember these 3 things, even if your rotations aren't perfect, they'll be close enough. Right?
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive.
Oops.
Let the mountains
My E didn't go through. I'm an idiot.
Wind strike.
Pound it to the ground. Settle down. The tides beckon.
I fucked up, actually. I forgot. I forgot that you're supposed to... My bad. I guess number 4.
Time to shine.
Use Farina Burst right before your Nebula uptime.
Let the mighty be humble.
Bring it.
Otherwise, it'll run out too early. I wonder when content is going to be tough enough to make me learn proper rotations. Honestly, the new endgame mode will be. This Nebula is doing 3 times more damage than yours. I've noticed, yes. As it turns out, C2 Farina and Sac Jade are pretty powerful. Is that C1 Nebula too? I didn't even notice. Damn. Okay, yeah. That's crazy. Alright. Okay, next team is Hyperbloom. Okay, Hyperbloom, honestly... There's also a few things to keep in mind. But the main things are... 1, you barely get punished for swapping to the wrong units, so swap liberally. Like, you can just... If one of your characters is a bit low HP, just don't swap to them during your uptime. Even if your knight is low HP, just fucking swap to right and use your burst. Who cares, man? 2, you want to maximize Oz uptime? So feel free to swap back to Fischl pretty often, just to check if Oz is on the... Because it's generally going to be hard to see if Oz is still on the ground.
Your journey ends here.
No, my sword. Let me weave your verse. Rain.
But when you swap to Fischl... Right? When you see this icon, this, like, circle, whatever, on Oz, it means that Oz is still there. And once Oz is gone, you just use whatever ability is available to summon it back.
Illusion.
Other than that, it's just a matter of keeping your burst up all the time on Xingqiu. You can use Nahida Burst whenever you want. It's more or less DPS neutral to use it. So you can use it when you need the iframes or the healing from Proto Amber, if that's what you're using.
Ring cutter. No, my sword. Shine down.
When your Nahida Burst is on the ground, it becomes even better to swap to Raiden, because when she's on field, she gets the EM buff, so your Hyperlooms will hit for harder.
There is no escape.
And, if you really want to min-max gameplay, you can swap cancel the Nahida charge attack.
Body and mind.
So every time you swap off of Nahida, you should do a charge attack right before that.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse. The Temple of Wisdom.
As you can see, there's a charge attack animation that goes through every time I swap out of Nahida. Nahida's charge attack is pretty much the only ability in the game that is swap cancelable and worth swap canceling. So if you play this team, that's a thing you can do. That being said, it's still pretty stamina heavy, or stamina expensive, right? So do pay attention to your stamina bar when you do this. Yeah, that's it for Hyper Bloom. Next, Gumming. I've already talked about the default melt stuff. I'll show it to you with just Gumming and Rosaria. Right? If you just mash your keyboard furiously,
Your journey ends here.
like this,
Mighty mythical beast.
Sacrifice is ready.
you'll fuck over your melt like that. Right? But this is really easy to avoid. Just remember, Gumming's second skill usage should be delayed a tiny little bit.
Your journey ends here.
As long as you do that, even if you mash for the whole rest of the thing, you won't lose any of your melts.
Pound into the
That's pretty much the only thing to remember for melt gumming. You specifically will also be able to play vape gumming, and actually, it's probably your best gumming team because you have C2 Farina. Technically, the best one is with Bennett, but it's really difficult to get your setups reliably with VV. So in practice, you'll probably see better results using Chevreurs. Because you have her at C6.
Your journey ends here.
Let my name echo it. Justice will prevail. Yeah. Stray clouds converge.
Mighty mythical beast.
Your timing here doesn't matter as much because your Hydro App is generally fast enough to catch up at some point.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Hands where I can see 'em. Yeah. Make way for the.
Up to it, Monzai.
But technically, the optimal way to do things here is to juggle. I fucked it up. I fucked up my juggle. No! Like this, but whatever. A bit annoying here because they're not grouped, but it is what it is. Finally, Hu Tao. I've already talked about that. How you want to do two dash. If you do frame perfect stuff, you want to do two dash cancels into a jump cancel. But if you're not frame perfect, it doesn't really matter. You can just do dash cancel spam. Other than that, because you have C2 Hu Tao, you're definitely gonna want to use Xiaolan over Xianyun. You can consider swapping back to Xiaolan right before Hu Tao if you want. Because your rotations are forced to be a bit longer from Xingqiao. Also, you should not be using Sac. Ideally, you really want to use Fav. Because Sac also makes your rotations longer.
Your journey ends here.
Letting brave names echo. Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain out. Let my name echo in song.
Yeah. So here I got dash cooldown.
Go! Time to go! Let the mountains veins blood! Strike a pose! Let me weave you a verse. Huh? Let the world come alive!
But as you can see, right? Even swapping back, or even swapping to Shilonen before Hu Tao, we still get to swap back to Xing Tzu before our burst cooldown and our skill cooldown are over. And so swapping back to Shilonen here is effectively just one more set of particles, and with high enough Fav refine, one more set of Fav particles as well. No reason not to do it. On top of that, it also means you're now proccing particle generation twice before you swap to Hu Tao, which means that you'll have more particles generated at the start of your next rotation. So if you finish without burst, it's a bit less cringe, basically. And I believe that is it. Is there anything else that I think is important to mention here? Let me send you the link to the sheet also. Is Noelle very cope? Yes. Yes, she is. Honestly, I would not recommend using Noelle for you. I mean, you can, right? It's just... the team you'd use for Noelle is the same as the team you'd use for Hu Tao. Right? Technically, Noelle has better AoE, but, like, she also doesn't have that good damage. So even in AoE content, you won't even be clearing that much faster. And when you are in AoE content, if you're using a Noelle team, that means you're not using Farina for a Neuvillette team. Like, why not use Neuvillette instead? If you just want to play Noelle because you're having fun with her, she's alright. Like, there's no real problem with her. It's just that she's not the best character in her own slot when you look at her best teams. And you have better options for that slot on your account. But she's definitely usable if you want to use her. Okay, other than that, I guess I should also take a look at the lineup for IT. You have done Act 10. I don't know if that's 10 stars. It is, okay. So it doesn't seem like you're having too much of a problem. Can you not sort by element? That's fucked up. Sort by elemental type. Can I filter by owned? I can't. That's... oh my god. Alright, I'll sort by owned and filter by elements then. For pyro stuff, you don't have that many carries. And your carries are pretty bad for pyro when you're not in or when it's pyro without hydro or cryo.
Toodaloo.
Look at character screen instead of archive. That's smart. No, I can't sort by... okay, sure. I can filter at least. But yeah, so your pyro carries aren't necessarily the best when hydro cryo isn't there, because the carries you have are reliant on those reactions. But it doesn't really matter in Hu Tao's case, because her build is so strong that you don't give a shit. And she's C2. And you can make gumming work anyways, it won't be too bad.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
For hydro, you're honestly kind of chillin'. For hydro IT stuff, Farina and Neuvillette are both very useful. I'll go back to this, honestly. There's quite a few characters you don't have, but you said you're planning on getting Molani. Which is going to open up even more things. Is it worth to rebuild Hu Tao with Crimson for IT? Meh. Crimson Witch isn't actually that good for I. Actually, yeah, definitely not. Just either just keep her on her build, swap her to deathmatch, and accept that you're not getting full value out of it, or go to 2-piece. A good portion of what makes Crimson Witch good is the reaction passive, but if you've got access to Vape, you probably have access to Farina too. So yeah. For Dendro stuff, honestly, you're fine. Like, not having Kinetic Immunity can be annoying when there's Burning Abysses, but it won't be too bad. Electro stuff, you're completely fine. Animo stuff, you're completely fine.
Huh?
Cryo, it's a little sus, but you said you're planning on getting SKIRK and getting SKFE on the rerun, and if you do, then you'll be completely fine as well. Geo... Honestly, Geo's fine. I think you're kind of vibing on IT, for IT. It's just Cryo that's a little scary, but it's not bad. And then when it comes to your other characters that aren't built right now, who would open up options for you? Maybe Auron, but not really. Lanyan could be nice to have when you need a shield, I guess. But, eh. We've already talked at length about Rosaria. Oh. Hell no. Also asked, what do I do with the new boss in Abyss? Navidad freeze. Even without SKFE, even without SKIRK, just play freeze Navidad. You can clear with these. You can pretty easily clear Abyss with these two units alone. So just use Charlotte. I don't know if Charlotte by herself is enough. She might be. I think she might be. But you won't keep it there for the whole thing, so maybe not. Oh well. She is if you on-field her, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, you'll get it to pretty much 0, but then it'll fill back up. That'll be the 4th Lila. Lila would work, but you've got options. You can use pretty much anyone. Other than that, you could also consider just using Gao Ming with double Cryo. With, like, Rosaria Diona. Then you do have C6 Diona, yeah. That's another thing you could consider. Take a Cryo and Electro character and trigger Superconducts, that counts too? Really? Superconduct damage counts, that's crazy. I guess that means you can consider using Fischl with your Neuvillette team with Charlotte or some shit. I don't know. That's a little cooked, though. Probably a little too cooked for me. But yeah, did you have any other specific questions, Maury? don't think so. Okay, business. If you have any follow-up questions, you can reach out anytime. But I believe that's it. Thank you for giving me an excuse to play Varissa. The withdrawal has been difficult. And thank you so much for your donation for the American Heart Association. Yeah, I hope this review was somewhat helpful. I hope it was fun. And yeah. Alright. Is there anything else I want to do today before I end stream? Scrandle? Oh shit, thank you for the 10 gifted. Holy. Holy. Alright. British versus British. Difficult. Personally, to me this looks awful because I really don't like pickled jalapenos. Oh, you guys can't see. Fuck. Okay. Personally, to me this looks pretty bad because I really don't like pickled jalapenos. But I know there's a lot of people that do like them, so maybe it wins anyways. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Good, good, good. Ew! Average peas. A cheese wurst. Oh. A meatball sandwich. What the fuck? A gourmet hot dog? That actually looks so good. But this is so cheap. This. No shot, that actually looks good. That actually looks good. Nah. That looks good. That looks good. No. It's not 12%. That looks good. Nah. There's no way that's 12. People don't have eyes. German tortellini. Okay. Unironically, this chicken burger looks really good. But you can barely see it. It's supposed to be chicken burger and dirty fries. There's a beer include. Yeah, this wins. This wins. This wins. Chicken curry and chips. Chips? What the fuck? I saw the fries.
A battle of wills.
Chicken sandwich.
A sword, an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it.
I think they both look good.
Against your foe.
Yeah. Hot dog. $5 hot dog. If this wins, I'm gonna mold. That looks fine. If a fucking stadium $5 hot dog wins, I'm gonna be angry. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Double cheeseburger with bacon versus pepperoni pizza. Okay, chat. Both of these look kinda eh. When there's deposits of grease inside the curved pepperonis, you know you're gonna feel sick after eating this. But then you look at the fucking slime on this patty, and I'm not sure, man. Plus, the bread looks awful. But I still think it wins. Okay, yeah, it does. Tacos, a burrito, and fries. Okay, this is the most plain-looking burrito I've ever seen.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No.
Yeah, this is a white people burrito. That's so true. Like, this hot. No shot, it's 0.3% ahead. No shot, I lost my perfect game because one of them was 0.3% ahead. Nah. Whatever, let's... Ooh, what the hell? That...
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter.
That is 13 degrees. No, sorry.
I am but an
347 degrees.
Law.
No. 345. 340... No. 351. 350. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. All the people outing themselves in chat to have failed math class? It's not that bad.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's
Like,
spirit.
thinking this is 10 because you didn't notice that it was asking the outside angle instead of the inside angle is a reasonable mistake.
You will not wield it effectively.
And thinking it's 7 because of the same reason, but you got 7 instead of 10 is also a reasonable mistake. I'd say that the most unreasonable guess in chat was 330. That's right. I'm talking about you, potatoes and berries. Your guess was dog shit. In what world is this a 30-degree angle? Caught? Oh. Alright. Let's do the letterla. W. It's gonna be a W day. It's not. Oh, I guess U again by accident. Oops. I guess N again by accident. Oops. No. Wow. Okay, let's do the Costco duel. What the fuck is that? I have never seen this before. What is a Haldiram Kata Meetha snack? It's an Indian mixture? But what is in there? Is that, like, rice? It's like a snack? What kind of snack is it, though? Like, is it like a...
In my role as champion duelist,
The Indian kind. Okay, got it.
for when I draw my blade,
Like dried
I am
ramen.
but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Huh. How many grams are in an ounce? 28 grams. So 42 ounces is more than a kilogram. Oh, that's big. That's big. My God. I'm gonna guess $6.99. Huh. I guess I'm a fucking insane Costco dealer. Jesus Christ. On something I've never seen before, too. Jesus Christ.
I've faced many opponents.
Bro did it before, true.
Most of them I
True.
defeated.
Replayed.
The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
Should we do any other stall? In text? Oh no. We can do the connections, actually. I'm done for the connections. Last bull born bred doe stand spouse bear education cash dove hold loot stay occupation hawk. Okay. Occupation. Education. Spouse. Occupation. Like things you enter. Like questions you answer when you submit documents to the government. I don't know. Stand. Bull. Doe. Loot. What the fuck could loot be about? I don't know. Stay. Occupation. Stand. Hold. Hold. Stay. Stand. Fuck. Fuck! What's the last one? Shit! Bear? Like, not bear the animal, but bear, like, bearing with it? Perhaps? I'm gonna guess it. Fuck. Fuck, man. I don't know. Oh! Oh! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking stupid idiot. I'm actually completely stupid. Okay. Hawk. I won't say it. Won't say it. Hawk eyes. Is doe eyes an expression? Bullseye. Isn't, like, doe eyes, like, trying to look pitiful or something? Or is that something else? I'm not sure. What the fuck else would be an expression with eyes? Bear eyes, spouse eyes, occupation eyes, bread eyes, cash eyes, loot eyes. Maybe dove eyes refers to something? I don't know. No. Fuck. 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 Okay. Occupation, spouse, born, education. Yes! 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 Okay. And then... dove. Maybe it's dove. Cash. Bread. Bear. Bread. Loot. Loot. Dove. Dove. Bread. Cat. What the fuck is the link between these, man? Because I know it's not dove, because I've already tried it. So I really don't know, man. Fuck. Okay. Cash. It's like data. Dove. Or dove. Dove is a bird. It's a soap, too. Dove. Like a jump. No. Bear. 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 Maybe this connection is not eyes, it's just animals. What if it's just animals? Fuck. It's not. Okay. There's no shot cash eyes or bread eyes are a thing. I've never heard loot eyes, but maybe it's like someone who has an eye for music. That might be a thing. Cooked. Animal metaphors and whoa, and homophones of slang for money. Right, using loot as slang for money. That's right. It's we are currently in the 13th century. True. True. Now. Nah. Bad connections. I don't like it. What about 1P? Yeah, we can do all those dolls. All those like specific dolls. We start with Akshan. It's not Akshan. Melee, male character, not mid. Not mana either. Let's try Garen. Top laner. What? It's not human. I'm an idiot. Top laner. Not that has a resource. Release after Garen, Rengar. Perhaps. Not Demacia. Oh, right. Rengar's mostly a jungler, I forgot. It's fine. In 2011, Rengar as a top laner? Yeah, that's my goat. Renekton. That's a good guess. Renekton is a good guess. It wasn't Renekton. Oh, but it's not Shurima. Renekton was a bad guess. How did you time the music? I don't know. Aatrox. Did Aatrox come out in 2011? Mordekaiser? Turbo on? Oh, Rumble! Okay, Rumble is a rat. In my brain, Yordles don't have a gender. That's why I didn't register Rumble. Alright, whatever. I require a closer look. Who the fuck says that? Dude, what? Oh, Vel'Koz. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. I have seen this before. I can figure this out. I can figure this out. Is that Kale Q? I think it's Kale Q. Yo. Yo. Yo! What is that? Is that supposed to be like thread, or is that supposed to be a barrel? I'm gonna guess it's supposed to be a barrel. It was a casket. Or a cask. Not a cat, whatever. I mean, that's one of the fucking snow skins. Is it Alistar? No. I saw it in chat. Sejuani. What? Oh, poor writer. Makes sense. Alright, let's do the Pokédoll. Peter, I know. I don't care that much about these ones. A medium length last evolution. I don't think there's that many Pokemons that have 3 stages in Gen 1, but I'm not sure. I don't know that many of them, honestly. Poison. Ooh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wanted to guess the other one. I forgot what it is. Poison. Is it one of the snakes? Does one of the snake have multiple evolution? Arbok is 2, not 3, right? But they'd probably be poison first type, not second type. So what would be poison first type? Or what would be poison second type? Maybe one of the bees? Insect poison? Bee drill. Bug poison. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I'm actually the GOAT. What the fuck? Also, is the name of the type really bug instead of insect? That's funny. Okay, what's this? Fuck, what's it called? Shit, I don't know what it's called. I know what it is. It's the fucking smoke guy thingy. What's it called? Like, puff? No. Okay, I know what it is. I'm gonna look at chat. It's coughing. Okay. I knew it was this. I just didn't remember what it was called. It engages its enemies using psychic powers. Each of its 3 heads fires off psychokinetic energy, tripling its power. Wait, which one of the 3-headed guys is psychic? What the fuck? Is Doug Trio psychic? Surely not, right? Okay, I honestly don't know. What is it? The plant? Execute. Oh. I didn't know that was psychic. It's fine. This is gonna be it. Is that coughing again? No. In that case... Is that the orb? Volt orb? No. It's gotta be a circular thing, no? I feel like it has to. It's gotta be. Or maybe not. What's this guy called? Any knowers? Chat. I'll look at chat for you to tell me what this guy is called. Poliwag, okay. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Just fucking give me... Oh, is that... what's it called? Pre-Metapod. Caterpie, yeah. Damn, that was a terrible performance. Goodness. Alright, that's fine. An old-ass character. Let's try... Ganon, perhaps? An old character, but that was released in a game that came out later. Let's try Wario. No. Oh, it's not human. I'm an idiot. Release even before Wario. Dude, what? Duck Hunt, perhaps? No. It's a Wii U character, though. So it's a character that wasn't in Brawl and was added in Wii U. With a game of origin before 1984? Oh my god, chat. Literally 1984. What the fuck? It wasn't Duck Hunt, like the game Duck Hunt is from, like, or whatever. What was it? Wasn't this like one of the first fucking games on Nintendo consoles? That's wild. Also, what the fuck do you mean Pac-Man species is Pac person? By like what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That's wild. Damn. That's my goat right there. That's my goat right there. What? Should I know who this is? I have no clue. This is a character that was released in one of the newer versions. Yeah. I don't know. Chat, what is it? Kazuya. I never would have guessed that. I never would have guessed that. An angel. Let's try Palutena. No. Let's try Pit. Hehehe. Is that not Palutena? Oh yeah. Easy clap, dude. Easy clap, dude. Alright, let's do the One Piece duel. Always gotta start with a goat. It's a character that does not have observation haki, that has a devil fruit, introduced after Usopp with a lower bounty. Tall. Alright, I'm gonna need your help for this one. I'm not good at the One Piece duel. There's too many fucking characters, man. What's an early antagonist that doesn't really use haki, but that's still kind of a big bad? Crocodile? Does Crocodile use haki? I don't remember, man. Arlong? Arlong sounds like a... But he doesn't have a devil fruit. Does he? Yeah, it can't be Crocodile has haki? Bet. The villain? Ooh, it could be Enel. Maybe. It is a character that does not have a bounty and that is even taller. Ooh. Ooh. Introduced after Skypiea. What the fuck? Is there a Marine that doesn't have observation haki? That's big as fuck? What does, Smoker? Smoker's not taller than Enel, though. It's someone that was introduced after Enel and that is taller than Enel. And that doesn't have a bounty. Aokiji. Listen. I don't want to get into spoiler territory, but let's just say that that doesn't necessarily fit. What's Big Lava Guy called again? I don't know if he has observation haki. Maybe he doesn't. Akainu, right. It's not a Marine! Oh shit, I think I just spoiled myself. What do you mean? What the fuck? It's a character that isn't a Marine but doesn't have a bounty. Kuma? It could be Kuma. No, not Revolutionary Army either. Wait, no, but okay, it's shorter than Sakazuki. And it's a zone, yeah, it's gotta be a zone. Maybe it's a member of the Beast Pirates that doesn't have a bounty. Carrot is not that tall. What if it's one of the? It's what other cat and the dog called again? Any knowers? I forget. No one remembers their fucking names, man. The big ass cat and the big ass dog. No. Wait, introduce after Zoe? Is it a Wano character? Fuck. Those aren't Zone. Oops. Is it Yamato? No. Kinemon? Wasn't Kinemon introduced before Zoe, though? He was introduced on Punk Hazard. It's not Yamato, because we guessed Yamato, like, a few days ago, and they consider Yamato's gender to be female here. Kid was introduced way before Zoe. Kiku? Who the fuck is Kiku? Oh. The character does not look to be taller than NL. Who's a tall Wano character? Just shoot a tall Wano character. He is tall? Fine. Oh. She. Wait, between Zoe and Wano. What was the arc in the middle? Whole cake. Ew. I see. So is it a Big Mom pirate? I know Katakuri has a bounty. It's not a Big Mom pirate. But it was introduced in Whole Cake. Oh, right! Sanji's fucking family! What are they? Vin Smoke. Okay, I like that they don't even include his brothers. They're not even worth mentioning. Good take, though. It's gotta be Vin Smoke Judge, yeah. It's not?! What?! Who the hell is this?! It's a Whole Cake character that doesn't have a bounty with a zone-type devil fruit who originates from the Grand Line that is not a Big Mom pirate or a member of the Vinsmoke family. And that is really tall. Pedro? I don't remember who the fuck Pedro is, but... no. Bien? Who the fuck is that? Stussy? Dude, what? Okay. First appearance clue. Okay, I don't know. Model Albatross. Oh! It's Big News Morgan! No shot! Fuck! Wait, you're telling me Big News Morgan was not introduced until Whole Cake Island? Really? You're telling me Big News Morgan is is like a normal ass human that ate a zone type fruit? You're telling me Big News Morgan is this big? I thought big in his name referred to the news, not to how tall his ass is. What the fuck, man? Nah, that's wild. Hito. What does Hito mean? Human. Oh, okay. It's Chopper then, right? Yeah, okay. Wanted poster. Okay. Laugh. What? The fuck? That's Zoro. Is that really Zoro? No shot. Is that Zoro? Really? That's what he sounds like? Like, what is with the rhythm of this, even? What the fuck? Whatever, let's do the Naruto duel. Let's start today with... Guy? We can start with Guy. I'm down. Konoha and something else. No. KK Genkai. Would she even have an affiliation other than Konoha? Maybe? No. It's a character that has Genjutsu, but no Taijutsu, most likely. Kushina, who is that again? Oh yeah. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Who is that, dude? Is that the shark? No. No, it's not. Maybe it is. What's the shark called again? Same? Oh. It's Chojuro? Who the fuck is that? Dude, who the hell is this? It's Boruto? Is it really Boruto? Surely not, right? He's from Shibuya? Oh. Is the new Mizuka... Oh. Okay, that doesn't count. That's not a real character. Oh shit! Bran! Bran, thank you for the raid. We're like, at the end of the stream, we're stalling the stream end. I gotta pee. Okay. Okay, have fun. Good luck. But yeah, chatters, we are currently doing some stall content, amazing stall content. So I hope you're ready to help, because I don't know Naruto well enough for this shit at all. But it's okay. Among strong people exists genius types and hardworking types. If you're Sharingan, okay, that's Rock Lee. That's my goat. That's my goat right there. That's my goat right there. This is from the first time Rock Lee meets Sasuke and when he fucking beats him up. That's the old guy. What's he called? The fucking Kage that does like pew pew. Onoki? Yeah. 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 Can you do travel next? No. Bandle? We can do Bandle. Sure. Actually no, we shouldn't do Bandle. Bandle is a bad idea. Because I don't want to expose how little I know about like pop music. I'm gonna be ashamed of myself. We can do the Genshin GeoGuessr. That sounds fun. Wait, what's the website called again? Lost Gamer. Thank you. Okay, so here's how I do this, okay? I think that there's two problems with this game, in my opinion. One, desert locations are too hard to figure out because everything in the desert looks the same. And two, everything outside of the desert is way too easy. And so what I do is, instead of doing it normally, I do it without moving or zooming. Of course we start with a fucking desert location. But yeah, so not allowed to move, not allowed to zoom, not allowed to look around. We just gotta figure out from what we have. So we're facing east. That means this is the southern part, which means we're on the northwestern part of some mountains and shit. It could very well be the outside here. It could also be where the dendrohypostasis is. I think there's a few options. But it feels too open to be on the south. And this feels like too much of a hill for it to be next to the, like, pyramid part of the desert. I think it's here. I'm not confident at all, though. Yeah. Fuck. 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 Cooked. Cooked. It's fine, it's fine. Fuck the desert! Whatever. We're looking... I know where this is. Right, this is in here. We're looking north. It's gonna be like... Wait, which one of the two is it? It's the first one, right? It's gonna be like here. Yeah, it's the second one. Fuck. Whatever. It's hard without zooming, man. Okay. Nah. Get me the fuck out. Get me out of the fucking desert. I am begging you. I am begging you, get me out of the fucking desert. Thank you. Okay. This vegetation looks very Leah. This mountain looks almost Chenyu Vale. So I'm gonna guess that we are... And this mountain looks Sumeru-ish. So we're gonna guess around here. Close enough. It was indeed a Chenyu Vale and a Sumeru. We were in the right area, just not exactly the right elevation. Still though, we take those. Okay, well, they were clearly in Sumeru. We're looking at that tower thingy. I recognize this lake. This lake is in this part of Sumeru. Yeah. We're gonna be right here. I'm an idiot. Wrong lake. I thought it was this lake. Wow. It wasn't that lake. I really thought it was that lake. Shit, I'm an idiot. That was a terrible... We go again. That was awful. Let's hope we don't get too much desert on this one. This game sucks, man. This game fucking sucks, man. I hate it. I mean, it's probably here. Close enough. Close. I hate the desert, though. Get me the fuck out of the desert. Thank you. Okay. I don't know where this is. The color is very reminiscent of Sumeru. But I'm really not sure where it would be. I'm just gonna guess right in the middle of Sumeru. Close enough. Okay. This is Chenyu Vale. 100%. Really hard to get an accurate guess when we're this zoomed into a rock. But it's gonna be on the southern edge of a Chenyu Vale mountain. So let's guess one of the mountains and hope we get the right one. We got the wrong mountain, but that was still relatively close. We take those. Chinese wrong, yeah. That was 100% a Chinese wrong. Okay, I mean, this is pretty easy. We're ever so slightly southeast of that big-ass thing. Right southeast of a small rock formation, so let's guess right here. Wait, which one of these is the one I guessed? Is this what I guessed, or is this what I guessed? The face? Okay. We were really that close? We didn't look to be that close. Honest mistake, then. Fuck. That looks like a Liyue. That looks like Chinese grass, honestly. It might be German grass. I'll be honest. Let's try border of Liyue and Mondstadt right here. It was a Chinese rock. Fuck. Not a great performance on this one, but this is gonna be the one. No desert. Thank God. Okay, so we're facing east. Kind of. This is pretty open, huh? This is that. For sure. So we're like here. Close enough, I guess. That was indeed these things. Okay, okay. Ooh. Okay, this is the only thing of desert that's like actually easy. Because we see where this is, right? So we're to the northeast of the pyramid. We're also to the northeast of the small pyramid thingy. If I could zoom, I could get within 1 meter pretty easily. But I can't exactly tell where the oasis is. I'm gonna have to guess. We're more north than east. Wait. That's south? No, we're more east than north. Right here. Close enough. 31 meters. Not bad. Is zooming on minimap also not allowed? That's the rules I've imposed on myself, yes. I fucking hate the desert. Although, this is recognizable. This is the first desert expansion. Right? It's the trees that are like right here, isn't it? No, it's not. Close enough, though, I guess. Whatever. Like, a desert guess that doesn't give you, like, 1 point is good. That's Chenyu. Entrance of Chenyu Vale, no? Gotta be, like, here? More or less? Close enough. Close enough. Oh. Is this... No. It's not in these islands, right? No. No shot. Where is this? This looks like where you would fight a Geovishap. Where are there Geovishaps on the map? Close. I feel like there's gonna be some, like, north of the Primo Bishop. Let's try, like, here. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good one. They got fucked by the desert again, though. Okay. This is the only time when I allow myself to move one. Because... okay, like, we're glitched into the ground. Like, okay. Alright, that's clearly in Mondstadt. But which of the two? I think it's Star Snatch. I think. I was wrong. It was the other one. Fuck! Cooked. Cooked! Oh, okay, that's pretty easy. We're... southwest of the big ass peak thingy. That's like here. We're slightly south. Why does it say southwest? It's southeast. He's an idiot, chat. We're slightly southeast of these thingies on the downhill part of a mountain. Also, southeast of this thing. Like here. Pretty fucking close, yeah. Take those. Not bad, not bad. That's Chasm. That's northern part of the chasm. I was completely off. What the fuck? My god, that's bad. That's my worst one so far, probably. That looks like Sumeru. But I don't know where in Sumeru. Let's just get at random and fuck it. Reasonable. Reasonable. My map didn't register that outside the map there's things too. I was like, if there's sea, it's not gonna be black. This was terrible. Jesus Christ. We tried. This is gonna be the one. This is gonna be the one. We'll get a good result here. Fuck. There's too little information. It's somewhere in Sumeru, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where. Not too bad. Okay, that's Dragon Spine. Probably to the north of the mountain. Somewhere northwest. Yeah. We don't have a great angle. It wasn't north. Huh. We weren't facing the main mountain, it was just a mini mountain, I see. Alright. This is Chenyu Vale. On the path, on the main path, somewhere in Chenyu Vale. I remember this is where there's a, like, you stand on the, like, bench here, and then there's slimes that appear, and then you shoot them down and you get a common chest. So I remember being there, but I don't remember where that was. I'm just gonna guess middle of Chenyu Vale, whatever. Okay. Okay. So this is north, so we're pretty much directly south of this. This isn't quite directly east. This water makes me think that we're here. The fact that there is sand makes me think we're like here. Close enough. Allow yourself to zoom into the map. It's no fun if we do. We're pretty much facing north, or facing directly south, almost. South is like here. We're... to the southwest is this thing. Pretty far south, though. So we're probably on the northern edge. Wait, no. Wait, yeah. Probably somewhere on the northern edge of West Sumeru. Right? No, there's a mountain right to the east here. I don't know. I'm gonna guess here. I was wrong. Wow. Dude, whatever. We go again. I fucking hate the desert. But I think I know where this is. No, I don't. I don't know where this is. I'm gonna guess here. Not close enough. Close enough, close enough. Alright, what about this one? Please no desert. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. This tower is not the one that's here. There's no way. Yeah. So it has to be one of the ones that are over there. So it's probably here. Woo! Insane guess. Insane guess. Okay, we're right west of the Big Pyramid. We're not that close, but we're not too far either. We're slightly north. Wait, no, we're slightly south. Oopsie. Wait, no. This is east. And we're... yeah, we're north. I'm an idiot. Slightly north, decent amount to the south. Let's try right here. Oh my god, he's goated. Oh my god. Ah, shit. No, this is fine. We're just right to the east, slightly south of the Academia. In a bit of a plain. So, like, right here. Probably. Yeah, pretty fucking close. My god. Okay. Well, we're somewhere in Sumeru. We can see the pyramid in the distance in the southwest. Not directly southwest, though. We're a little bit more east than northeast of the pyramid. So it's gonna follow something like this line. But we see a lot of Sumeru, so we're probably... somewhere around here. We do see this pretty much directly southwest. But I feel like it's closer than if we were here. So we might be here. Yeah. Maybe we're here? I think we're around here. Okay, close enough. That was a great performance. Good one to end things on. What the fuck is the block doll that someone was spamming earlier? Block doll. Move the red block all the way to the exit at the right of the board. You need to clear the path and move blocks out of the way. Vertical blocks can only move up and down. Horizontal blocks can only move left and right. I see. Where's the exit? There's the exit. So this needs to be down, which means this needs to be left, which means this needs to be moved, which means this needs to be moved to the left, which means both of these need to be moved. Yeah. Which means this needs to be moved, which means this needs to be moved. Fuck, how do I do that? Something's wrong here. And this, the only way this goes is if this goes down. So our last move has to be moving this, basically. But in order to move that, we need to get this out of the way. In order to get this out of the way, we need to move this. In order to move this, we need to get this out of the way. In order to get this out of the way, it has to go left, so we need to get these two out of the way. In order to get this out of the way, that's fine, we just go up. But this one, we can't, because of this. So we need to get this completely gone. Which actually means things are going to have to get complicated. Doesn't it? Right? Because, like, we need... we need this to move, which means we need to move the red one. Yeah. I think we needed to do this no matter what. Oh, if you move it two spaces, it counts as one move. Fuck. I'm an idiot. I think I fucked up also. Yeah. Not too bad, though. I'll say, that's not too bad. I didn't realize that if you move it by 2, it counts as 1 move. We probably could have saved some moves then. Whatever. Last stall. Actually, no, fuck it. Honestly, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Sorry that the stream was not really very Genshin heavy after the raiders. I've already exhausted my I don't want to say exhausted my patience, because that makes it sound like I got like annoyed. Exhausted my energy ahead of time, but yeah.